Hey guys. What's up, Talls? What's up, Tank? What's up, OG?
Yo!
And how are you?
What's going on?
I am awesome and I'm excited.
Oh my goodness. Quick sticks,
Yeah.
everybody. Quick sticks.
It's the first ladies takeover show. Hello. Hey.
Unfortunately. I mean,
It is gonna be a good one.
I'll try to get you guys the link to the show. Ladies only. No men allowed. Usually that would be the other way around for me, but I'm just joking.
Well, I do hope you
there
have
you go, ladies. Come on up. I'm good. Kim J, how's it going? You're more than welcome to come on. I don't know who Big Mama is. Keep an eye on her. Maybe we'll have to get rid of her. Peachy Rider, how's it going? You can come up on panel. Sarah, if you want, you can come up on panel.
Yes, come on, ladies. Come on up and kick us out. No. How are you tonight, Joe Cool? We get to take over the lobby, my friend. Everybody quiet tonight?
Oh, what the hell is that?
Yeah, you're invited, right? Yeah, you're invited.
Mammy, you're up. Come on in.
All ladies are welcome.
I'm sorry, buddy. You're at the wrong show.
Yes, that's the show just down the hall to the right.
Yeah. Amish, what's going on, brother? Yeah, Stephanie King, you want to come on? Like I said, you're more than welcome. Shardy, what's up? Was it the recruit? I think I commented on it, didn't I? Cindy, what's going on? You guys need the link? Or are you guys good? You guys can come on and
boot us guys off.
Yeah, as soon as once the ladies start coming on, you start booting the men off. The one thing is, OG will not be kicked off this panel. He can't be overthrown. Okay? Oh, no. Hey, Peachy, what's going on?
Hey, OG.
No, we can't hear you.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
Golden Knives was the first one to get kicked off.
No, I'm getting depressed. I can't hear Golden Knives.
How you doing, Talls? And
I'm doing very good. Yourself?
I'm doing okay.
Hey, Peachy. Joe Cool, it's just girls until it gets full, and then we get kicked off. Then we're not allowed back on.
Yeah.
Joe Cool's like, I'm gonna get my number quota. You'll fucking see. Sorry, Joe Cool.
Did Jim Crow have a wife? Maybe we can let him on for 10 minutes.
Where did Golden Eyes go? She's kind of the.
Golden Eyes is kicked out of here.
Yeah, we booted her
She was
out.
acting too rambunctious.
We had enough.
What the fuck, man? Joe Cool is still patiently waiting backstage.
We're gonna show her who's real.
Let him on. Let him on for a minute.
No, we couldn't hear her, and it was kind of depressing.
Where did she go?
This is now the men's takeover show.
Yeah, the guys are taking it back over.
Okay, hold on here.
Peachy, you still there?
No, she's backstage.
Hello. My God. You guys couldn't hear me, so I had to go out and come back.
It was depressing. We couldn't hear you.
Aw.
Where'd
I was
Peachy
talking,
go?
I'm like...
I gotta move. Hold on a second. There we go. Okay. Now Peachy can come back on. What the fuck, man? How come it's not going on?
Hey, Cindy.
Hi.
Hey, Cindy.
Hi, Peachy.
How are you tonight, Cindy?
Pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Hi, Cindy. Hi, Golden Eyes.
Hi.
Come on, ladies. We need you guys to come up so we can knock these guys off the panel.
Yeah, come on. Don't be shy, ladies.
There's only 2 more spots left. No, there's only 2. Hey. The next who would like to bump OG out of here? I think it should be Big Mama, if anything.
Just give me a hot second.
Hey, if you just want to send some more ladies over,
it's
send them
Nevaeh.
over.
Hi.
Hi, Nevaeh.
Hey, is everybody doing good? Hi, Peachy. Hi, Lady Di. Golden Eyes. I don't know the guys, so.
But you don't know the guys. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not important tonight anyway, so it's okay.
Yeah, we're always not important anyway.
So Golden, you have a list of content of discussion content. You said.
Oh, I thought about it. We'll just kind of play it by ear, but we'll start it off good. Like
Are the men allowed to ask questions in the lobby?
Absolutely. You can ask whatever you want. Now, if we choose to answer, that's up to the ladies.
Can I start right now?
Sure. What the hell? Go for it.
What are you wearing?
Talls.
Hey, it's a
you know
question.
what? I'll be honest. You know what I'm wearing? I'll be honest. I'm wearing my Star Wars t-shirt.
Ooh.
And I'm wearing a pair of leggings. And I've got some socks on. And I am comfy. Chilling. Yep.
Who's dog?
Golden...
Looks like either
Come on, guys.
a golden
Any questions
retriever or a
out there
golden
for the
lab.
ladies up here? I
Do
found
what?
I want it.
Neither.
Neither?
Mm-mm.
I didn't hear what he said.
Okay,
I don't know. It looks like a
I'll
golden
ask all the
retriever and
ladies.
golden lab.
Okay, ladies, can all you ladies please tell us what you have on tonight?
Clothes.
Thank you. That's one.
So if you want Tells to shut up, we just need one more girl.
Yeah,
If
I
you want me
just
to
need one
shut
more
up,
girl.
you just
Once
need
I'm
another
done.
girl. Oh, shit.
You know, I'd even like to ask you, ladies, do you have dance poles and that in your homes to dance with?
No.
No. Jeez.
That was
Oh,
weird.
what?
No.
Oh.
I would hurt the pole.
Oh.
She's She's a Kerr. Kerr. Kerr.
I would end up in traction.
No, you just take your time.
Some of us are old women.
Okay, let's bring Golden back.
You're only as old as
She's
you
not
act.
bad.
Yeah, some of us are old, and then
Good.
some of us are older.
Hey, well, I'm only 57,
Good.
so I still like to ask questions.
And I'm older.
I'm 52. You want to start with ages?
I'm still older. Come on, you guys, catch up. I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest woman up here right now.
Golden, are you afraid to tell how old you are?
She's younger. She's younger than I
Oh,
am.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm 49.
Yeah, I
And
already knew that.
I'm older.
You're still older?
And I'm older. You know, I've never been afraid of telling my age. It's like it
I
is
haven't
what it
either.
is.
Me either.
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe Peachy is the
I'm-
youngest.
Never with it. Please have an issue with telling their age. It's like,
I don't think we've seen your face, have we, Golden?
I'm sorry?
Have
Her
we seen
picture.
you live? Your not just your avatar, but your picture. Your
Actually, yeah. Jeff has seen me.
no.
And yeah, I've actually one other person has seen me. In fact, I think I actually showed my face on here once. I don't think they noticed it though.
Oh yeah,
It
you
was
have
like an accident.
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It was like when I
Is there
first
somebody
came
in
on their
chat that wants to
panel.
come up?
And you're very
Yes.
gorgeous.
Aw, thank you. You know what? I just don't think. I mean, I know that we shouldn't feel, as women, we shouldn't feel self-conscious or about our flaws and whatever. But you know what? We do,
I
and
don't
it
know
is what it
why.
is. Yeah, I know, but we do.
I could handle that. I could fix that for you too.
Stephanie King, do you want to come up? I'll have no problem coming down.
No, you don't
There's
need to
someone
come
backstage.
down.
One
Oh,
second.
the men need to leave.
Yes.
Oh, come on, don't be
exactly.
like
No,
that.
for the love of God.
Why? This is the woman's thing
Hey.
here.
Well, we got several women still down there. That's why I was wondering.
Yes.
We need to get the
We've got
women up
lots of
here
women.
talking. So the reason I don't show myself, which I just did for a half a second there, but it's a privacy thing. And I think women need to
Right?
be careful about it. So
Hey, everybody. Don't forget to
hello.
bring a towel.
A towel. Okay. Not sure what that was about.
And this is why they're leaving.
I can't click them to make them go away. What's going on
What
here?
was you saying, Nevada? It was privacy?
Yeah. It's for your own safety, really. The women especially. The men could do whatever they want, but I would just advise the women to be just very careful.
Damn it.
Absolutely.
Another person.
I put my real picture up there. I'll go back and forth. I'll show different ones, but I mean, it's just a comfort thing for me, honestly.
Yeah, well, I already have enough things being said about me without people seeing my face. Oh, as far as that goes, Rick Crude called a lot of us out today. I don't know if I don't know if anybody saw his video, but A Balance popped it over to me. And I looked at it and it was, watching it, it was so comical. It was like a schizophrenic walking down the street talking to light posts.
Did he call me a?
The only video I saw of Crude was the one about Earl, and I so want to know if that's true.
Oh, but he did one today, and he called out me. He called out Jeff. He called out Peachy. Oh my gosh, there's a whole list. You guys got to go watch it. It's just as
I'll
funny as.
watch it.
But now I have a new nickname for him. I'm a fish keeper, and with fish, you have to make regular water changes. At the bottom of your tank is a lot of waste. It's called detritus, and that's now Rick's new name. It's Mr. Detritus Crude.
The one about
funny.
Earl is today, and Earl took him to this extravagant lunch.
That was yesterday.
Was that yesterday?
That was
okay.
yesterday.
I thought that was today, and I would love to know if that is true.
Well, yeah, he did go pick him up and take him to lunch, and supposedly all the other auditors, or if that's what you want to call them, all the other activists in that area were calling constantly on the phone, and supposedly they all had lunch together, but I don't know that to be true because I did not witness it, but he was with Earl.
Oh God! I bet. What did he? If he
took him and bought him stuff at Home Depot, and
yeah, he was with Earl, and so as bad as he talks about people being alleged chomos, he was sitting in the car with one. Oh, and he raved about his car too. That Mustang went so fast, he pushed a button and he was just flying.
Can you? Oh, but sorry, I wasn't sure if anybody could hear me. Damn it, sorry. I want to make sure every time.
Yep.
I think like nobody can hear me.
You.
Okay, awesome. Oh God, Rick Rude, that kid, man.
Yeah, Earl's got some kind. Earl does have some kind of fancy car.
Well, I wonder who bought that car for him.
He did.
Where did he get the money? E-begging?
Oh, no, this was before all of that. This was when he first started out. When Earl first started out, he was doing good.
He still has a case that hasn't been adjudicated, so we'll see how good that goes for him.
Yes.
But anyway, we're all pieces of crap, to put it mildly. There's got to be about 15 or 20 people that Rick called out. And I just was laughing so hard, I was crying because it just made me think. See, I lived in Chicago for about 10 or 11 years. And you see a lot of things when you're in Chicago. You see all sorts. And what it brought to my mind was the people. And don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on schizophrenic people. But a lot of them walk down the street yelling and screaming and talking to light posts. And in this video, he's walking down the street.
No, see, that's not Rick. Rick told me one day, he said, you watch wrestling? And I said, yes. He said, you know that they have their wrestling personality and then they have their real personality. And I said, yes. He said, so you know they're acting? And I said, yes, I know this. He said, well, when I'm on YouTube, I am playing my role like you do in wrestling. He said, so YouTube is my role. Life is my life.
That's a bunch of crap.
That's fine. Well, if YouTube is your role, you're letting people believe. I'm just saying what he said. I'm just repeating what he said. I said, well, then if YouTube is your role, then you're letting people believe that what you call your role is what you are.
Well, I don't know. Do you go shopping and get groceries? That's real life, right? Well, that's what Rick did. He went shopping. So that's real life. So how can he call it a role when he's coming back?
I just wanted to say hi to Gold.
To me, if he is saying that, if he believes that, then he's crossing them over. If he believes that.
I just think he's lacking and doesn't know the difference.
But now Golden the other day had a conversation, didn't you? Off screen, like off air, correct?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Yeah, and her eyes were open to what he really is too when she heard him somewhere else. And he was also, by the way, talking about retarded kids in this video today too.
Can you guys hear me okay? I've been having
Yes.
issues with my mic. Okay, good. I switched it out, so let me know if it's messing up again. Yeah, actually, I was on a panel, and it was early in the morning, and Rick Crude came on and started his, fucking bitches and hoes and every, his usual spiel. And uh, Uncontrollable, it was his panel. He pulled the plug immediately. And I noticed that the moment he realized he wasn't live, he changed his tune. His demeanor changed big time. In fact, Tatted Aviator was there too, and he noticed it as well. So yeah, it is. It's all a big act. I think when he knows that the camera is on him, he takes advantage of that. It's like a spotlight for him.
I
So.
don't buy it. He's using it to justify his hateful, filthy mouth.
That too, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying the dude's not a dick.
He's
He's
using it to
complete
justify
asshole.
his hateful, filthy mouth.
That too, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's got a nasty personality. Absolutely. But he's using the camera to intensify it.
Well, nobody should have given that dude a camera. He doesn't need a camera.
Oh God. Well,
now I don't know what's going on Monday, but is it Monday? That they could pull his probation? Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm. On Monday? I don't know.
Is that what he said? It's Monday?
I haven't seen his last video, so I don't know.
Listen to his last thing that Monday they could I don't know what it's called when they say you broke probation. I don't know what that's called.
I don't think that's what he said. He said he was called in for a conference with the judge to review his case.
Well, whatever it is, if they do whatever, he could go to jail.
Oh, what a blessing that would be.
Yeah, if they do whatever, I don't know what the terminology is, but if they do whatever, he could go to jail.
Well,
he also fabricated that whole situation. That boy didn't chase him down like that for no reason. That boy did not chase him down like that for no reason. He said the boy chased him down to his driveway. What he did to that boy was what caused that boy to follow him to find out who he was when he called the police. Because he didn't know who he was, who Rick was when Rick went after him. Evidently, there was some sort of a near miss, traffic-wise, and Rick chased him down to his delivery spot and confronted him at the place where he was delivering the pizza. And then the boy followed Rick to find out who he was, and then but I think both of them ended up calling the police. But in any case, Rick lies a lot. He'll listen to our conversation like we're having right now, and he'll go back and he'll make a video and he will turn it all backwards. Everything that we say, he'll turn it into something else. I urge you to go watch today's video. You'll see what I'm talking about, because there were people in the chat room earlier today at Uncontrollable that were listening to the conversation where I was explaining the difference between an activist and an auditor. And the way Rick puts it out there is something totally different. So, yeah.
Well, I've been on probation twice, once for a year and once for 3 months. Both times the judge says, don't you let me see you back in here. I was a good girl. I mean, I walked a fine line. I was a good girl. Because the last thing I wanted to see was that judge's face. Maybe it was just me. Maybe I was chicken. Maybe I was a coward. But when they said, don't let me see you, it's like, you won't.
Can we ask the particulars of that?
Of my case?
Uh-huh.
One was I I was manager of a convenience store, and I sold a cigar. They were doing a sting. in the area, and they was sending people in on a Friday night when you're busy to see if you would sell to minors. And I sold to a minor. And I was the manager, so of course all my employees thought it was hilarious because the boss sold to the minor. And the other one was I bounced a check and I did not take care of it in a timely manner, is what they said. And so,
wow, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but once they do that, they call it fraud.
it was a $30 check.
Yeah.
They said it was not taken care of in a timely manner. All they did was they came to the house, they picked me up. The cops treated it like no big deal. I got to sit out at the counter, you know, like where I wasn't put in a cell. I sat out at the counter. The cops really thought it was stupid, but they had to do it. I bonded out, got out, went the next morning. The judge said, talk to this guy. Judge didn't even really talk to me, except said, don't let me see you back in here. And I got my fine, and that was it. I had to pay it right then. I had to just pay it.
Hey, hold on a minute. I want to ask the guys something in chat. Hey guys, if you guys have any questions for any of us ladies, feel free to ask, and it's up to them if they want to answer or not. But feel free to throw questions out, like ask us anything. I mean, this is the probably one of the few times you'll be able to get in our minds.
Now, the cigarette thing, this is one thing that the town I worked in, we were trying to get it stopped because the cops weren't honest. They were, no, I don't think cops are honest. They would come in the busiest time they could. They would sell to you, then you would sell to them. Then they would go to the next place. Then they would come back and tell you you had done it, but never show you proof. Never bring you the person that you had done it. Never show you the person that you had done it with.
Hey, Cindy. Joe Cool wants to know if we have more female friends or male friends.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I'm gonna tell you right now. I have pretty equal amount, I think. I get along better with men in general, but as I get older, I connect more with my female sisters. So, yeah, I would say I've got an equal amount, maybe a little more men, but that's me.
Yeah, I have more female friends, but I do have one male friend that has been my friend for over 30 years.
Right? What about you, Cindy?
It would be more male friends.
More male friends? Why is that? Why do you think?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Just is.
You know,
first of all, of course, my best friend would be my husband. Him and I do most everything together. But then, other than that, my next best friend is my older brother. Because my older brother is 8 years older than I am, and him and I are just, but still, I think it's because my older brother, I've always related to men because my older brother has always just been my best friend our entire life. We could beat each other and scream and yell, and then a few minutes later, we're best friends. When he moved out of the house, I was heartbroken. But, you know, he was 8 years older than I was. And even now, we're 8 years apart, and we might still get mad at each other and hang up on each other and yell at each other, but then give us a day and we're back to, you know, best friends. But I think it's just because I just gravitated to that because of him. And then, my husband's my best friend. So,
well, I have a question. Peachy still here?
Yes, she is.
Oh, okay. What about you, Peach? Do you have more male or more female friends? I'll ask that first.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. I would say probably male friends. Although when I got involved with tennis, at that time I had a lot more female friends because it was a women's team. But I think generally I would say definitely men.
Do you find, excuse me, do you guys find that men are easier to talk to sometimes?
It depends if they're trying to get in your pants.
This is true.
I don't have that problem.
Right. This is true. Now, are you guys friends with any of your exes?
Well,
am I the only married woman?
Yes, honey. I guess you are, because I know I'm not.
Had to check that one out.
That's funny. Two of my exes are deceased.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
And yes, we were friends. And the surviving one is, yes, we are still friends. We raised children. We didn't have children together, but we shared the raising of each other's children. And he's an awesome guy, but he just wouldn't. How do you put it? He was a dog that wouldn't hunt. How's that for an answer?
Right. What about you, Peach? Are you friends with any of your exes?
I am. I'm really good friends with my ex. And with my husband, he was my husband. We talk 2-3 times a year, maybe. And he's gone through another good woman. He called to let me know that.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't you just love it when they try to rub it in your face?
Oh,
yeah. And something else that was very funny about him and his. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Hold on just a second, guys. I better not share that. He might. I better not share what I was about to say about his ex. But anyway, yeah. Well, we're still friends. He's a good guy. And my mom asked me not too long ago, less than a year ago, if I would ever think about getting back with him. And I'm like, hell no, absolutely not. Usually, look, when I'm done, I'm done. I don't know about you guys. I'm done, man. It's no going back. It's no sleeping together again. It's it's done.
Oh God, I think it's because I was married. If anybody knows that, I was married, and I was married for a really long time, and we. Although, towards the end, I don't know if you ladies experience this, but towards the end, you do the whole back and forth thing for a while.
Yep.
And we did that. So once you get to the end, it's like, you're just over it. But we left amicably. We're friends now. He's remarried. We still have to co-parent, so it's definitely amicable. I don't talk to him every single day, but we are friends. I care about what happens to him, and vice versa. So we're good friends. We're cordial. I'm sorry. We're cordial, and so we're friends. I mean, we occasionally he'll call and we talk, but it's very rarely. But and then my exes, I am friends with a lot of my exes. my high school boyfriend, my college boyfriend. Yeah, so.
Yeah, we've been divorced for a long time. So, and it seems like a lifetime ago, really. But what's so cool about my memories with him is once I stopped talking about the bad times, I stopped talking about it. I stopped thinking about it. I prayed about it. And honestly, I can't remember a lot of the details of the times that were bad, and I remember a lot of the good times, and I have a whole crap load of pictures. Of course, we did a lot of traveling, and that's the cool thing, though. And when you stop talking about it, you stop thinking about it, and you just can move forward from that point.
We have some feedback going on.
You just can move forward.
It just came in. Hey, Peachy. Hey, Cindy. Nevaeh, Golden.
Hi.
Is that Betty?
Hey.
Oh, Blue Eyes.
Hi, Betty.
Hi, gorgeous. Hi, Peachy. Hi, all.
Welcome.
Sorry, came late. I had
It's fine.
I don't know that young lady.
Oh, this is Dulce Betty.
Oh, that's okay. I got a question for you, dear.
Yeah.
Were you in the stream that night when the Colonel got up and walked?
Yes.
That was you. I reckon. I thought I saw that face. Yep.
Mm-hmm. No, I didn't. You know, to be honest, I've seen him like 3 or 4 times due to before this incident. So, and I didn't ask questions, to be honest. You know, I'm not the person that go in I know all the gossip and all the stuff, you know. But I was the same thing, you know. So. Trying to learn how to use this chat and be on a StreamYard.
I got to ask you then, along with that, how did that make you feel when you saw that happening? I mean, what was the thought that went through your mind?
Sick, you know, because to be honest, I did fall for his dog and all that stuff that he was going, you know, thinking that he was a veteran. But it's just nauseous how people go that far, you know, and press people's, you know, noble hearts, you know. So I mean, now it's hard to trust anybody, to be honest.
Yeah, but were you shocked when you saw that?
I didn't even know that he was on wheelchair, to be honest. So that didn't shock me because I didn't even know. I was ignoring all this, you know.
Oh.
I just been a couple times on his channel, and if you notice, I never went back to SMS after the next day that he clarified, because I felt when he played that game, what's it called, the Whack Control. I felt that they're innocent, and suddenly he wants to play with the big ones that because he got everybody helping him out with all this fake person. And I'm like, wait a minute, we were there and you knew and you don't stand up for us? What the hell with you, It's not cool.
Wow.
But you can't blame yourself. He played that game well. He played that con well. So you can't blame yourself. It wasn't your fault. A lot of people fell for it. So please don't blame yourself.
No, I know.
His con was very good.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's like scary to come back and go on live panels just because not knowing who it is, the real person out there. Some people, yeah, they're legit. Some others, we don't know the true intention, and it's hard to figure out who's who. I mean, you need to be on top of them, and I don't want to waste my time so much on the news on everybody. I have enough on my own with my teenagers. I mean, I can barely keep up with them.
Hey, Golden.
Yes.
I've got to start a late dinner because I got in late tonight. But
okay.
I see other ladies in the chat. I'm gonna make room for someone else to come up. And
okay. Well,
bye, Peachy.
Yeah, I'll
thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay. Awesome.
I can I'll come back up in a bit if there's a spot open and if you guys are still running. But I appreciate it, Tank Boy News. And hey, you guys keep showing love to Sir Brandon.
All right.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank
Peachy.
you.
I appreciate it.
See you later.
Love you, ladies. I'll come back up if there's room and you guys are still running.
All right.
Because you know, I have a lot to say all the time.
Right?
Okay, we still have an open mic there somewhere that's I'm not sure what's going on, but it sounds like a lot of
You think it's mine? Because I'm getting used to this stuff.
no, I don't think it's yours. It's she's now on the lower right. I don't know her name.
Go say.
Betty?
Oh, there you go. Better. Yeah. It's better now. It's gone.
Okay, so I think I did something. Let me see.
It
You
happens.
still hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. But Jack, can you still that noise or is it clear already?
Well, it was gone, but now it's back. Is it a fan or something?
No. Do you hear it now? I don't know how to
No,
move
I don't
this.
hear it.
Okay,
It's
maybe I
okay.
did. I closed all the window in the back. Maybe if that helps.
It wasn't you. Yeah, so okay, Golden. You have to come up with the next subject.
I need more.
Right.
I always has
Well,
something on his face.
I know there's one that I'm not going to mention his name because I don't want to call him out or anything, but he asked me, he's like, you got to ask, does size matter?
Oh shit. Will be accepted.
Okay. If he's in the chat, I hope he's listening. If he's in the chat, I hope he's listening. It's not the size that matters, it's what you do with it.
Yeah.
Amen, sister.
It helps.
Oh, I disagree.
I disagree. Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, I'm going to tell you the reason. I'll tell you the reason why I say that.
So far.
I'll tell you the
I
reason why.
disagree.
Yeah. Okay, but I'll tell you the reason why I say that.
Okay.
If a man is knowledgeable in pleasing his woman, he doesn't even need a weenie to do it.
Amen, sister.
That is true. That is true. Because sometimes you don't want to, you don't want the D all the time. You want, sometimes you can get away with just the,
That's why size doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Sometimes you don't need that.
And so my grandson, I'm sorry, go ahead, Golden. Go ahead, Golden.
I was going to say, sometimes you just need the prerequisites, and then that'll hold you. But I'm sorry. It's like, I don't know.
So my grandson used to stay with me, and he was never told by his mother for some reason about the G-spot. Now, so the subject came up in a conversation one day, and my grandson and I are pretty honest, when we speak our mind. And the subject came up in conversation one day, and he said, but what in the world would I do with it anyway? And I put my hand out flat, and I brought in the two outside fingers, and I said, you think to yourself, come here. And that's what you do with your fingers. On the G-spot. Yeah. So he's like, Grandma. And I'm like, look, I'm not kidding you. All you got to think is come here, make your fingers do that. Put your fingers on that spot. And you tell her to come here. And she's going to do it. She's going to come here, dude.
Yeah. I think they should actually have a class for that shit in college, like your freshman year. Like, if you don't know this by now, they're going to have a class how to please your girl.
Can you imagine the after conversation? Sweetheart, where'd you learn how to do that? My grandmother.
Right?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. You can catch a girl and she'll never want to leave you if you do it right.
That's right. I guess it doesn't matter where you learn it from.
It's not about.
Just so you know it don't matter if grandma taught you.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if a guy told me that he learned if a guy learned how to go down on a woman from his grandmother, I'd be like, dude, keep that shit to yourself. I don't want to know.
Well, it's not
Let me
like
tell you something sad.
That's not a going down thing. The G-spot is not a going down thing.
We understand the location, but still the same thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's a very large real estate, you know.
Yeah, but it's not a going down thing. So it's a manipulation thing. How about that? It's a manipulation maneuver.
Yes.
And I'm just saying, you know, if his mom didn't tell him like she should have given him the same book I gave her. Is what she should have done.
You want me to tell you something sad? My husband's grandmother was like 75, and she was talking to some of us ladies in the kitchen one day cooking, and she looked at us, and she was at that age where she would just say anything, and she said, I've heard you guys talk about something, and she said, so I'm going to tell you, I've never in my entire life had an orgasm.
Oh my gosh, that's sad.
Oh, that is sad.
And it's like, well, number one, we were shocked that this old lady, I mean, a nice Christian old lady standing there just said that. And number two, what do you say to her?
Right? You know what?
Other than,
you know what I've
learned? Oh, I'm sorry.
Those Christian old ladies are the biggest freaks. Just FYI.
My girls used to tell me details, and I would look at them and go, I don't need to hear that.
Right? I know.
Oh God, these guys. Ugh.
And those Catholic girls, oh, be careful, man. Their freak comes out.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. I think they really should hold a class or something. I mean, but you know, I have no problem telling a man what pleases me. So it's like you got to teach him, or just tell him what you want. Then that's the best way to do it, actually.
Okay, but I got to the point where I don't take them to raise anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Starkey's taking notes.
Crazy. Oh God. So do you guys have ever done the whole one night stand thing?
Nah.
You've never had a one night stand? Ever?
Lying to me, no.
Who's saying no?
Really?
She's lying.
No. You know, I believe a lot in families, so I wouldn't want to, especially my kids, you know. It's very valuable what they think of me. And I want to make sure whoever comes here is going to be here, you know. And
not
it doesn't
come to your house. I'm talking like just you meet someone, it happens. It's like, okay. If you never see him again, it's okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's not just me. No.
You know, mutual gratification.
Here's the thing. If it wasn't satisfying, you're never going to see him again anyway.
This is true. But, you know, sometimes you just want, you know, sometimes, I don't know. I'm not going to lie. I have. It's been a long time. It's been a while, but I have. And sometimes it's just what you need at the time, you know?
I don't know, Golden. If I need something that bad, I can get 100% satisfaction without the man being there. Thank you very much.
This is true. This is true, but sometimes, you know, hey, you know, if just I just put it this way: you just keep your options open. You just never know.
Yeah. They just, you know. Maybe the toys will help.
I'm not saying I've had multiple one nights, like I'm not a hoe or anything.
We're all a bunch of hoes.
Happened, right? It has happened.
Oh, ladies, don't be talking to yourselves like that.
Somebody was talking.
Don't know.
Look, I have no problem being, you know, if and when I have a man, I do not have a problem with being a whore for him, but you know, it is what it is. But I'm not going to lie and say that I've never had a one night stand, because that wouldn't be true, you know? So,
And
I
it was
mean,
disappointing.
I've had a couple of awesome one night stands, and it's like, you know, hey,
Remember.
used him and abused him and then threw away. No, just kidding.
Sassy and all that, you know, like say.
Hey, be careful what you say. Rick Crude is listening. Rick Detritus Crude is
Oh,
listening.
he already
He'll go make a video tomorrow. Listen, he'll go. I'm serious.
Right? He already thinks I'm a devil worshipping stripper anyway, so it's all right.
Oh my gosh, I own acres and acres of real estate in that little brain of his.
Right? Oh God. Too funny. So have you guys ever gone back and slept with one of your exes?
Gone back and done what?
Slept with one of your exes?
Definitely.
Are we talking about sex or sleeping?
Yeah.
No, sex. Have you ever gone back and had sex with one of your exes, like years down the road? Like,
no,
yeah.
Yeah, I won't lie. A couple years, yeah.
Yeah,
you
me
know,
too.
Confirm, you know already. Sometimes, you know.
Wait a minute. Was that Dolce that said, "Yeah, you're too young to have been years and years"?
I'm divorced twice, so you know.
Yeah, but that's not years and years.
Now, but you know.
Yeah, I have. In fact, I met my college boyfriend a few years ago, and just happened to he found me on Facebook. I was like, "What?" Okay, yeah. So he came out to visit, and yeah, it was really weird,
right?
And it was like a good weird. It was
Did
cool.
he say,
like,
"Let me show you what my grandmother told me"?
I didn't have any boyfriends in college. I was pretty focused.
Oh God, not me. I was drunk my freshman year. I think the entire freshman year.
But see, I don't drink.
Golden, keep talking.
I don't drink, so that was never an issue for me.
Oh God, yeah, I don't even remember half of it.
I was kind of nerdy, you know. And I still read a lot, but I read a lot. I studied a lot. I wanted to be, you know, very successful at what I was studying and make good grades and, you know, have that piece of paper to back me up when I went and said, yeah, I finished this course and I got this degree and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, men were not my focus.
I wouldn't say men were my focus. I would say that just having fun was my focus.
Yep.
When I started college, because I went to a party school and I didn't realize it was a party school until, you know, I attended. But yeah, I went to a party school and it was just one of those things where I just was having so much fun. In fact, my professors had to pull me to the side and like, honey, you know what, you're really screwing up. You need to take hold of your future and all this stuff. So yeah, I had to get my shit together really quickly.
So so at the end of your freshman year, excuse me, hold on.
D-Ban, what's your question?
Sorry, I had to cough. Golden, at the end of your freshman year, did you actually pass?
I did. I had to like really buckle down though, the last 6 months. And I was working full time as well. So it was, it was one of those things where I just had to like really get it together. And, but yeah, my freshman boyfriend, my college boyfriend, I met that year. He was like my very first serious relationship. And we broke up. Actually, I don't even know why we broke up. It was just one of the, I found out years later that why we broke up, but it was one of those things where he just stopped calling me one day, and I'm like, what the F? Are you serious? Like, it broke my heart. I was like, oh. And then years later, I found out he went to jail.
Oh.
And he had no way of contacting me. So I went years thinking that he just dumped me for whatever reason. So yeah, that was quite the
blocks.
yeah, right? Like, what could have happened, right?
What did he end up going to jail for?
Honestly, I didn't even ask. I think it was like on a warrant or something that he had when he was younger. And they got him. I don't know. I didn't even ask because, I mean, it was so long ago. I didn't care. I was like, whatever. But yeah, it kind of like, what? Like, what? I mean, who knows? You can't really
He
go
didn't
back
chase
in
down
time.
a pizza boy and pull a gun on him, did he?
No, it wasn't anything violent or anything like that. In fact, I did date him for a few months, and just realized that, you know, he was expecting me to be the same person I was when I was 19 years old, 18. And I'm obviously not. You know, I'm a completely different woman now, and my wants and needs are different. So, but yeah, it was enlightening. It was extremely enlightening. I'm gonna tell you what, though, the guys, men, if they're smart, they get better with age. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
We
And
do have a question.
Yes.
Wants to know if any of us have dipped in the lady.
Ah.
That would be
and
a no.
D-Ban is asking the question.
Yeah.
D-Ban's asking, huh? I've kissed a girl, but I've never like done the whole female. I've never had sex with a woman, no. But I have kissed a girl.
Not that way, though. I mean, like,
I've never been with a woman, but I have kissed one.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I was drunk. It was Halloween. It was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
When you do party with your friends, you with your girlfriend, you know, you all do kind of crazy stuff, but doesn't mean that you
Girls are different. That's, I don't know.
That's why I say not.
Hold hands. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, she was married. Her husband was there, and we were having fun. And he was flirting. She was flirting. Come to find out, they were swingers, and they were trying to get me to go home with them. But that obviously didn't happen. But
they were grooming you.
Yeah, they were. I didn't realize it till later. I was like, oh shit! And I saw them at the grocery store like a month later. Like, hey,
bye.
That had to have been strange.
If you just kissed a girl and never had sex. Is there a name for that?
Yeah, she was dressed up in a fairy costume, and I was dressed up in my black. What was
sloth?
I? No, no. Oh God, yeah.
Getting into the role just a little bit. Some fantasy going on there.
Exactly. You're in costume. It's
I
Halloween.
love
You're drinking
fantasies.
You saw that, Golden?
Oh no, I just said it's Halloween. You know, you're having fun. You're drinking. It's like, eh. I mean, I did let him know, like, look, this is not something I do on a regular. It's I've never been with a woman or kissed a woman ever, so it's completely out of character for me. And they were like, oh, it's all right, it's okay. And yeah, but it was a little awkward, not gonna lie.
Where they're going into the questions, have any of you had threesomes? 2 gals, 1 guy?
No.
There's just some things that I'm not going to explore on this. I have a few T-shirts in a few areas. I'll put it that way.
I mean, see, now all they want to know is the sex stuff. They don't want to know anything of substance.
You know what, though? I had a feeling that was going to happen anyway. I mean, how often are they going to have, the opportunity to ask us these questions? But no, I haven't. And I think it's because I'm one of those people that are very passionate, and I'm emotional. Not as emotional as I was when I was younger, but I'm emotional. And when I have feelings for someone, I don't like to share, and I don't want to share myself with anyone else. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does. And I don't even want to be with
Yeah.
somebody that I don't really deeply, deeply care for. So
Yeah.
Agree.
Yep.
I agree.
But you got to
very
try it to
greedy.
make sure you don't like it. And
Hey, I've never tried it. I'm not gonna say I don't like something that I've never tried, but
yeah,
I personally just don't think it's for me.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna, I just don't think I would enjoy it, honestly. Either way, it would make me feel a little uncomfortable.
D-Ban, you got that many questions. Pop your ass up on this panel.
Right? Is she the one asking all these damn questions?
Yes.
Mm.
Do you have kids? Do you have kids? Oh, that's right. You got what, 8?
You want to worry about my bills?
Please.
Don't ask about my kids. My kids are fine. You want to worry about the rest?
Oh, geez.
yeah, you want to babysit?
Right?
I have kids.
And I also see Be Real in here talking about somebody trolling her on Bill Norwood's panel. Let's just say I was there, Be Real, and I seen it, and you say it was a troll, but you came back on and showed your face and said it was an alter ego or your alter cousin, twin or something like this. So you did admit it. Yeah. Bent over, screenshot. Yeah. Don't fall for her shit. Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay. We don't have names on the bottoms. I'm sorry. Who was just speaking?
That was me.
Blue Eyes.
Oh, hi, Blue Eyes.
Yeah, Blue Eyes. Okay.
Hey.
Sorry.
Wondering who's who on here. She's going on golden eye. I don't know who's the other one in the corner in the car.
That's me, Big Mama.
There you go. Okay.
Nice to meet
So
you
just
too.
watch your panels for who's coming up.
Hi, Big Mama.
I'm new.
Because she did show.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Hey,
so
Sarah.
I'd like to have that little avatar on mine, but I don't know
Yes,
how
I
to
am
do
very
it.
aggressive, D-Ban.
Yeah, me neither.
It's okay. We got one more spot left up here, D-Dan, if you want to come up or if anybody else wants to come up. Like, we are open to questions. Again, we'll answer what we want and if we're comfortable with answering it. But apparently not so far. Let's see.
I had to cough up a lung, so I had to mute my mic, and I'm sneezing. Ugh. So hopefully the men that came in tonight learned something.
Right? Yeah, exactly. They get that inside information.
I wish they
here's
had
a
more
good one.
questions.
Oh, it's okay. Here's a
Well,
good one.
you don't know how many of them out there whose mom didn't tell them about the G-spot, so they might be learning
That's
something
right.
new at 60, you know?
Your grandma Pam has a good question. What is the worst date you've ever had?
Worst thing. Oh, there's plenty out there.
Have you guys ever had a really
Grandma
bad
Pam.
date that you just can't get out of your mind?
Well, mine definitely was my coma. Yeah.
What?
I mean, I hit hard rock.
Was your what?
I hit.
So you went.
You know, you said the worst day, right?
The worst date that you've ever had.
Dates. Okay. I just hate I had one that he was very jealous. I can't stand a person like that, you know, insecure. Like, I just can't, you know.
I agree.
Trust me, you know. And if he does just trust me, you know, I'm not going to entertain, basically, you know. He can think the fuck he wants. I'm moving on, you know? Yeah. Especially when a big scene in front of public and all that shit.
What do you think?
I'm done. I leave the car, and if you go walking, I don't.
What do you think about cheating? You think people
I just think low life. Of course. I've been my second husband. He was he had money, and he said, you know, if you have a house and cars and everything, you know, what are you both are complaining? And I'm like, oh, you think that's normal then to accept? And you know, I think a person like that is so selfish, you know, and wouldn't tolerate that, you know. So,
Let me tell you something about men who cheat, and they will be the first ones to do it in a committed relationship. Men who cheat don't care what they're cheating with. The problem with that is it opens to the door to STDs.
Yeah,
that's the biggest problem about the cheating. I mean, if it were just a little flirtation where if it were a flirtation where he was just, you know, the little words were being passed and the little winks and there wasn't any real physical sort of interlude there, that's I could deal with that. The sex thing, no, and no.
Yeah.
But there is something
You
called
guys-
a sex addiction, right? That people can get help from.
Yeah.
It's like a mental.
Some people look at like an addiction, basically, you know?
Yeah.
We passed up a question. Perth would like to know where the man's G-spot is.
It's in their ass.
Yeah.
Kind of, but
you get one
not.
of those tiny little.
I mean, it's
bullets and put
kind
up
of, but
there.
not. You
It's
can
like
get
a
to
button. It's like a
yeah,
button.
right. It's
Yeah.
between the balls and the ass. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. I thought I was gonna die the very first time someone told me, my ex-husband told me to put, you know, my finger in his butt. I was like, what? Like what?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
No.
Here's
This
the
is what I
thing.
told him. I was like, no.
Okay.
I was like, no.
Oh my
wait a
God,
minute.
cut
What
it
are
out, you guys.
talking
I'm never
about?
gonna live that down. But like, here's the
I was
thing,
like,
Golden.
no way.
Here's the thing. You do not have to
like,
make
dude,
an entrance. You do not have to make an entrance to get to the man's G-spot.
I know this. That's why I was like freaking out when he asked me to do that. I was like, okay, you know, I could do this, you know. And of course, he was like, what? Yeah, I'm like, uh-huh. But apparently, a lot of them think that, I mean, hey, if that's what works for you, then all right. I guess that's where we're going. Oh God. Roadhog says, not my G-spot.
You know, Grandma Pam said something. Grandma Pam said something earlier in the chat. I think she said she was 63 and she wished she would have had more one-nighters.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that was one of her.
See?
I don't want to say a regret, but she wished she had more of them.
I had a lot of
Thank
one-nighters with my husband.
Listen, when you can bow out the door.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there's like no promises, no commitments. It's just completely uninhibited, you know.
I've been
gotta worry about seeing their asses the next day.
Yeah, but you know what? The best, and this is in my opinion, the best sex you're ever going to have is with the person that you are deeply and passionately in love with.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. I'm not talking about making love. I'm talking about fucking.
Listen, we're not making love. We just want dick.
Exactly. Like who meets someone at a bar or you know whatever and says, "Dude, I want to make love to you." No, they say, "I want to fuck you." That's what they say.
Well,
I
first
got
of
some
all,
wild
if I
animal
meet
Never mind.
somebody
passion,
at a
uninhibited.
Friday night karaoke.
if I meet somebody at a bar,
Completely.
yeah. But if I meet somebody at a bar, I know already it's not somebody I want to go home with because he's going home with every other woman there too. Don't know what he's got.
Yeah,
That's true.
that might be
Read what
true. But
Amish
that's why
said.
you take precautions. We're not teenagers. You take
Read what Amish
precautions.
Yeah,
said.
here's my precaution: abstain. That's my precaution.
Yeah, that's
Fornication is fornication. That's right.
okay. Here's a question. What's your most embarrassing moment?
Oh shit! Most
Yeah.
embarrassing moment, depending on the situation. I've had a lot of embarrassing moments.
No, your entire life. You've got to have one that sticks out.
Oh God.
My most embarrassing moment was on a weekend trail ride, and I took somebody else's horse, and we were about, I don't know, 3/4 of a mile from the barn, and we were walking by some dumpsters, and one of those plastic paper bags kind of rustled in the wind, and she went absolutely ballistic, and she dumped me. That was my most embarrassing moment.
Mine would be my soon-to-be father-in-law walked in on my soon-to-be husband and I.
Oh my God. That is embarrassing.
Awkward.
Oh shit! Like I said, I've had a lot of embarrassing moments. I don't know.
Right? Me too.
I'm sitting here. Which one? Which would be the most embarrassing? Oh God. Shit. I don't know.
Before you lost your cherry, did you ever have an orgasm?
Absolutely.
Whether it was a bike, riding a horse.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. In fact, I remember being a young girl. I like any chance I got, man. Any chance.
Good night. Did you have anything
any
else
chance.
to do in your life?
I'm not going to get into details.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep it simple. Yes.
Yep.
Well, you needed to get a TV or something.
No, I had
You know,
all
I
that.
didn't even
It was
really, I was so young, I didn't know what it was, but I was horseback riding. And by the time I seen that barn getting closer, and I'm like, no, not yet. Don't stop. Don't go to the barn. But yeah, I didn't even know it was. Okay, that's enough.
You know, I don't see anything wrong with exploring your body and knowing what just figuring out what you like. I'm gonna tell you what, by the time I had sex, I was 18, the first time I had sex, and I was in college, and by the time I had sex, I knew what made me feel good. So, hey, I was good. Yeah, I was all right with that. But yeah, I remember I remember I got called into the school psychiatrist because they were like, we think you might have a problem. Yeah, my dad told him to fuck off because he was like, no, she's a kid and that's what kids do, Yeah. But yeah.
I got married at 17.
Shardy has the question.
Sorry.
How do you prove to a woman you're serious?
Oh wow. Just being there.
I don't think you have to prove it. It's just it fits. It's like Legos.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, it fits.
Yeah, exactly. I was just gonna say that. Just being there, line of communication's always open.
So, Roadhog and Second Son, is that new or is that the old one?
I don't know.
Or blind justice arrest. Is that a new
Shardy,
arrest?
sometimes the right look in the eye and she knows.
I'm gonna tell you what, there's a little secret. Most women know after speaking to a man within the first 15 to 20 minutes whether or not she's gonna want to date you.
True.
And
Yes.
yeah, if you can't turn her on mentally, mentally, emotionally, intellectually, game's over. Like if you're, yeah, it's done. So you better come strong, come hard. So
Your largest sexual organ is your brain.
Right?
Exactly.
Whether
Yes.
it's humor, intelligent conversation, being romantic, it's all between the ears, guys.
Exactly.
But a big dick
Exactly.
don't hurt either.
I believe a lot in physical, to be honest, you know. It's like when you have it in front of you, it's different, you know. It works different, you know. But I'm thinking chat and all that stuff, I think it's just different, you know.
I don't know. I kind of agree with Golden about the first 15 minutes. If he's already trying to get your pants off, we know exactly what you're serious about. It isn't us.
Exactly. Yeah.
Depends on what kind of mood you're in, if you want to just back it up to it.
That too. Hey,
Okay.
if you're looking for a relationship and you're not down for the whole, one night stand thing, I mean, yeah, absolutely can. I mean, but if he's looking good and you're looking good, and I mean he's not a complete dick, then yeah, why not use him and abuse him and send his ass home crying.
Okay, so this question.
Oh my word! Have mercy.
Yeah, this question is for those who like one night stands and have had one night stands. Have you ever done it in a bar bathroom?
Ew, God, no. Ugh. No way. That's the most disgusting thing. I don't know how people do that.
I don't either.
I can't even take my shoes off in a bar. Ugh.
All that piss all over now.
Right? People spitting on the floor.
What's the record orgasms in a day? Peachy Rider would like to know how many.
Oh,
can we
you
get it down?
That first,
can we get it down to like a per hour thing? I'd like to get it down to a per hour thing. It's easier that way.
No, man, walk with the vibrator then.
No,
I don't answer questions.
Say, good gosh, I almost hate to even answer this question. In an hour, 9 in an hour.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm married. I'm married, and my husband's listening.
Okay.
We're just fluffer for him.
Right. He's gonna get it good tonight.
Get it on video.
Come on.
Never have.
Oh shit.
Quite a few, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if I have a number.
Record I don't know. I've never counted. I don't know.
It got to the point where you just say enough is enough. You just,
Right. We're good.
Finally, you just say you're killing me.
You got cramps in your legs. It's like, all right, dude, I'm good. I don't
when
know.
you have your bed based on cinder blocks, you don't have to count.
Oh shit. Oh god. What was I was just gonna ask something and I completely just lost it. It'll come back to me.
Oh my god, it's so good.
You know what? That is true. Roadhog said, come on, lots of women approach simply for sex. And that is true. I mean, I personally have never done that, but I know that there are women out there that are just as big a horn dogs as men. And they're out there, they go just to get them some.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
It goes both ways, you know. You can't just say one, gender. It goes both ways.
Absolutely.
Times have changed, though. Times have changed. You know.
Absolutely.
I work down
We're
here
taking
with
our
the
power
elderly.
back.
Listen, there is nothing like walking down the hallway of senior citizen, and they're dressed to the hilt. And this guy's just dry humping grandma up against the wall. And you just like, what the hell?
Right? Here's a
I mean,
question.
the
Would
highest
you
rate
rather
of AIDS is senior citizens.
Hmm. Hmm.
What in the world was that?
Now, would you rather have a man
Hold
ask
on,
you?
I'm here, but I gotta go see what crashed at my house.
I was just gonna say it sounded like an earthquake.
Sound like somebody falling or tripping.
Now, would you guys rather have a man ask you for sex, or would you just want him just to come and take it, like seduce you?
Well, coming and taking it is not seducing.
I mean, not like we're not talking about rape or anything like that. I'm talking about
I would
you're
say
in
a
a
little of both.
relationship.
Yeah.
So
Be a little
here's your
aggressive.
question. Do you want him to ask you, or do you want it to be spontaneous?
Absolutely spontaneous.
Absolutely spontaneous for me.
And I don't want him saying, "Honey, can we have sex later?" No,
I know
don't
a
give me
fucking
that
timer
shit.
or clock, to set up. No. No. Yeah,
If you
at
ask
the
me, I'm
moment.
going to say hell to the no. If you have to ask, hell to the no.
Yeah.
Because
You
that's
better-
pretty much like making an appointment for it, isn't it?
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's such a turnoff. Ugh. Yeah.
Do you mind if I touch your lady part? Well, no, not now.
Hold on. I'm all right.
Honey,
Right?
honey, I have a headache.
Have you guys ever really used that excuse that you have a headache?
No, I've never used that excuse. I just say hell to the no.
I don't think I've ever said no.
To be honest, I suffer a lot of migraines, so that's my favorite. I have vertigo, so sorry.
I mean, maybe if I had the flu, I would say no.
Right? When you're really sick, I don't think you want me barfing on you or anything,
Yeah.
but yeah. Yeah, other than that, no, I wouldn't turn it down. Mm-mm. Absolutely not.
That's part, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if all this
Oh, what
determines
about-
of what I don't know about what they call those zodiac signs and stuff. If that has anything to do with how sexual you are.
I don't know.
I have a question.
I don't know.
Have any of you dated a younger man, or I'll put it this way. Have you been in a relationship with a younger man? And if so, how many years younger? And I'll answer my own question. I'll answer my own question first. Yes, and 15 years. And it was a
Wow.
relationship. Yes.
I'll tell you this much: my husband was older, not younger. It was 15 years older than me.
But this is for younger men.
Yeah, but not for younger. No.
You're
So
too
you've never
young.
dated a younger man?
No.
She's too young.
Oh, wow.
Look at her. She's a young lady. Look at her. She's too young. How's she going to date a younger guy? She's young. He would have to be 10 years old.
It'll be fun.
It'd be
I
fun.
have to admit, I tend to attract younger men. And I don't know why. It just kind of ends up that way. But I've dated older men and I've dated younger men. The youngest was, I would say he was 26.
How many years younger than you?
At the time, it was 20 years.
Okay. Well, you got me beat.
Yeah, it was 20 years. And he lied to me about his age. He was actually afraid to tell me his real age. He told me he was 32 at first, and then I found out that he was only 26. But honestly, I think age is just a
Number.
thing. Yeah, it really is. Because some people are just in a different phase in their life at certain ages, you know? And he was Samoan. And in their culture, they learn at a very young age how to take care of their families and be the man, you know. So he was very mature, very mature.
Did he
So.
look like Jason Momoa?
Oh my God, he was tall. Oh my God,
Jason Momoa is like the sexiest guy. He really is.
Yeah, he was hot. He was. He went back to Samoa though. It really sucked. But yeah, he was my youngest. But yeah, I think, and I know if somebody's going to ask this, so I might as well just say it. People say that, is there a difference between older men and younger men? And I don't think that there's a big difference, in all honesty.
Well,
I just think that.
In what aspect?
Yeah.
I think it's where they are in their lives. I've dated older men in their 50s that act like 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
You know, so it's I really don't think that age is a big deal. It's where they are mentally and where they are, what they want out of life, and their relationship. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, the younger guy that I had a relationship with treated me better than the older men that I had relationships with.
I just can't do with the pants sagging thing. I can't take a man seriously with that shit.
Oh, well, this guy wasn't one of those. He wasn't one of those. Yeah.
Oh my God.
He was a security guard where I worked, and he dressed very, very keen. He was very keen. And even in his personal life, he dressed very keen.
I'm back.
And that's another thing too. I like a man that takes pride in his appearance.
Exactly.
So someone that keeps his face well groomed, his hair.
Yep.
You know, he dresses nice. He always smells good. Oh, that's like the most important thing.
When they smell good.
Yeah.
Sexy. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I know this sounds maybe a little superficial, but I look at shoes. I don't know what it is, but a man with dirty white tennis shoes is like
he's been traveling, and you know it.
I'm sorry. I'm just like, okay, honey, we got to take you to the stove.
Get you out of those heads.
I know.
I mean, things you can change. It's like not a big deal, but yeah, that's just one thing I looked at his shoes. Oh my God. Oh.
Welcome back, Sarah.
Devian wants to know our zodiac signs. I'm a Gemini.
Not getting mine. It's too close to my birthday. People start adding things up.
Yeah, I'm a Gemini.
I'm a Taurus.
I'm the epitome of my zodiac sign.
I'm a Pisces. My birthday's coming. I'll take. You can send all gifts this way.
But you can put it in there.
Aww. You know, Pisces are very, very emotional, and they give with their whole hearts, and they love to help people. I know a lot of Pisces. I'm a Gemini, and I'm the epitome of a Gemini. I am like, I'm nice, and I'm very emotional. But I get bored very easily.
So
I can't stay in one place. It's like, if you can't keep my mind stimulated, you know what I mean, and just keep things fun and fresh, I get bored. I just can't be with a fuddy-duddy. I just can't do it.
So I'm a Taurus, and at the moment I was born, 10 out of 12 signs were in my house. 10 out of 12.
No, your house was exciting.
My house was exciting, and I'm an adventurer.
Mm.
That's my nature. I'm an adventurer. I'm also when I'm home, also when I settle in, so to speak, or settle down, or live in, like right now I'm living in a place, but I mean, a couple of years ago I was traveling, but I'm a homebody when I'm home, and I'm an adventurer when I'm not in a home. And when I'm in love, you could not even think about being loved more. When I hate you, or I don't hate you, but when I dislike your behavior, imagine your worst enemy. That's just how I am.
Probably.
I mean, a worst enemy to me is somebody you just don't ever want to be around, you know? That's kind of me. Yeah.
Right.
If you do something that causes me to, because I like everybody initially, but if you do something to cause me not to like you, I never, ever want to be around you again. Period.
It takes
That's
a
the way I
lot for
am.
me to get upset. It takes a lot for me to get mad. Like if I'm pissed, then you must have really pissed me off. But it really does take a lot. I don't
I
like to
forgive
fight. I
easy,
don't
though.
like to argue. Yeah. I forgive, but
I forgive
yeah.
too, but I just don't want to be around you.
Right.
True.
I can forgive, but I have trouble forgetting.
Yeah, that's me too.
Because I don't want to give a person that's hurt me another opportunity to do it again. So I make my distance very, very wide.
That's true. That's true.
I think that's what
That's
I
the way I am. I just
want to get rid of everything, you know.
I think once I'm over somebody, I'm just over them. And I can move on. It doesn't take me long, actually. What I do is whenever I've noticed I have a pattern. Whenever I break up with someone or I have my heart broken, I leave and I distance myself from that person. I cut off all connection, communication, everything. I don't want nothing to do with them. And then later on, after my heart is healed, then I can go back and actually talk to them and be friends.
Not.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah. But
Mama
I
Bear
can't.
says, I love Negan. She's a Leo. Does everybody know who Negan is?
Yeah, Jeffrey Dean Morgan plays Negan.
Yeah.
On Walking Dead. Yeah, he's hot.
He's wicked.
But now there's some situations where my philosophy is keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer.
Right. Yep.
That's hard for me to do because I'm too outspoken. Right.
I'm very brutal.
There's some people I want to keep real close because I want to keep an eye on them.
Well, I figure this way. If they're my enemy, they're going to always be conniving and deceiving and trying to figure out a way to hurt me. So I don't want them anywhere near me.
Me neither.
I just don't. I want to put my energy into love, not trying to, when's the next knife going to stab me in the back?
All right. Another celebrity crush of mine. I like Jeffrey D. Morgan. He's hot. But Morris Chestnut. Ugh, that man. He could just walk into a room and I'd just be like gushing.
Channing Tatum.
He's him too. Oh my God. That's another thing. I don't discriminate. I love all men of all races, of all.
Yes.
Like,
what about Jason?
And
you ever listen to the way he talked about his wife?
Who?
Jason Momoa.
No, but he's hot as heck.
Oh God, yes.
He just looked and he said, "I knew I wanted her."
He knew she was the one.
Like, dang.
Yeah.
I don't
Before he
watch
even
TV,
met her,
so I don't know.
Yeah. A man like that, you know. Like,
and she's older.
Once, you know.
She's older. She's like 15 years
I like
older than him.
confident men.
Yeah. Me too.
This is
How come
like
Peachy didn't come back up?
I think maybe she's eating or something. I think.
Okay, you women in chat, stop hiding out. Get your butts up here.
Right?
Peachy, Golden, didn't you have a list of questions?
I was gonna make a list, but I figure we'll just let it go by ear, and it's like, what the hell? Like we've done pretty good so far, right? Honestly, nothing's off the table. So whatever you guys will have any questions, like again, if we choose to answer, that's entirely up to you. No one's gonna force anybody into answering anything they feel uncomfortable answering. So This is
just be aware that it's going to be in a video tomorrow
Okay,
with detritus.
how many
oh
kids
God,
does
I don't care
everybody
about
have?
any of that.
Is anybody comfortable telling how many kids you have?
I do. I'm okay. I have 5 daughters. My oldest is 29, and I have 29, 27, 25, 24, and my baby's 18.
Mine is 20, my daughter. My second daughter, she's 14. And my son is 13. And my youngest boy, he's 9. I have 4.
Oh.
I have 2 kids, a boy and a girl. They have children. My daughter did a surrogacy for a family.
Oh,
So,
how wonderful.
yeah. That was an
So
experience.
the ones that I've given birth to, the oldest, they're both girls. The oldest is 43. The youngest is 38. They both have 3 children each. Of those 3 children, one has fathered 3 children. So I have 3 great-grandchildren.
Aww.
I have a 34-year-old daughter who has 2 children, and then I had 2 children that were stillborn. I had a girl that was stillborn, and I had a boy that was stillborn.
But you have a lot of joy with the ones that are here.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
So
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
I do have children from other people, though, that I didn't give birth to, that I consider my children. So
Definitely.
Sarah says she doesn't have kids.
I can't wait.
Sarah says she's not coming up.
I saw that.
Yeah.
She says she stays safe down. Hey, you know what? Not everybody's comfortable up here, you know?
It
Not
isn't.
everybody's comfortable talking. I'll be honest, I was nervous. I was nervous.
It's not like we're giving our addresses and our phone numbers.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, who cares? I mean, the way I look at it, all the questions that I've answered, this is all in honesty, and I'm proud of who I am. So I'm very confident in the woman that I am. So I feel that experience makes you the person that you are, and we will never stop having we will never stop experiencing new things. At least I won't.
Yeah, but y'all are never going to let me live that thing with my grandson. I'm serious. I can hear it now in the quietest whispers. You know, she taught her grandson about the G-spot.
Go back to the video.
That is just too funny.
I hope this is going private when it's done.
Life.
Now Rick already got this video.
I'm very pleased with my life, and I think if people are pleased with their life, they're willing to talk about it.
Right, true, very true.
Oh, I'm not embarrassed.
I mean, when we got married, there was really, honestly, a pool that was being taken that we wouldn't stay married 2 years. And we're getting ready to celebrate. Let me see. I said my daughter's 34. My daughter's 33. We're getting ready to celebrate 34 years.
Wow.
But there was a pool literally taken that we wouldn't be married 2 years.
Well, you just kind of dispelled that, didn't you?
Yeah, we should have got the money, but I guess we didn't.
You should have.
Because we were we got married as young teenagers. Or we got married as teenagers.
We'll give them a thumbs up.
So, but we just spelled that, and we've been married forever. But he was my high school sweetheart, and everything. So I think, people ask me, do you regret anything because you got married so young? And people have made rude remarks, well, you didn't get to do anything. Yes, I did. I had a family. I married the man I loved. I've been married, all these years. But I think if you're happy with your life, it's easy to talk about it.
Exactly.
And I also feel like if you're happy with within yourself, if you, it's easier to open yourself up to new relationships, whether they be romantic or friendships.
Yeah.
I mean, as women, we tend to be really hard on each other. We're very judgmental. I personally am not like that. In fact, whenever I go out and I see a woman and you can tell that she's actually taken the time to do her hair and her makeup and her outfit, and she looks awesome. And I'm that kind of woman that'll stop her in the ladies' room and say, "Honey, if anybody hasn't told you tonight, you look hot."
Right? Woman. Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna pump her up. Like, yeah, this, she's gonna be feeling herself by the time she comes out of that ladies' room. So,
Yeah.
I think if we all supported one another and we're open more to getting to know somebody instead of just immediately hating on them because they're beautiful or because they have something that you don't, or you compare yourselves to another woman. We should never do that. We should always, even though we are very very self-conscious about certain things, we should always support one another regardless of how we may,
I agree.
like their boobs, or they have a better ass than we do.
Well,
or,
I'm not
know.
I'm not about rating the women, but I will tell you this. In regards to me seeing a woman who she keeps herself well, she carries herself well. I'm the kind of person who, if I had that kind of admiration for another woman, I want to emulate her. So I'm always striving to be that what I see. So no,
Right.
there's no dissing there. And even if a woman, like for instance, I don't wear makeup, haven't worn makeup. So I'm not one of those people who fixes my face before I go out, but I'm clean, I'm neat, my hair's clean, it's brushed, whatever. But I'm not one of those people who I'm not, let me see if I'm not sloppy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I'm neat.
Right.
But I don't want to put on a different face for people. And like I have a sister who's Muslim, and she spends hours covering up what God gave her, and she's beautiful. And putting on a whole different face. And the only thing, and she's inner beauty is just awesome, and her outer beauty is awesome. And so when I see her doing that, I say, why would you want to hide what God gave you? It is so beautiful. Why would you want to change it? Why would you want to hide it? And then I tease her and I say, when you get to heaven, all that's going to be stripped away. And how are you going to face God without it?
True.
And it's not, and it's not that I'm criticizing her, but women that have a natural beauty like she does, and I've seen a lot of them, I think they should take pride in themselves and not feel like they have to do something with it more. I think they should just be proud of what they already have.
I know that I feel good about who I am, and I'm the same way. I always make sure that I like to look nice, and that it makes me feel good. And I like pretty clothes, and I like my shoes, and I'm really girly, and these things make me feel good. It's not that I'm doing it for anybody else. I do it for myself. If I want to I don't wear a lot of makeup, but if I do put on makeup, I don't do it for anyone else but myself.
Yeah. Well, that's what she tells me too. She goes, I do it because it makes me feel good, or better.
And I know
say,
I look
well,
good without it, but I
yeah.
just prefer wearing it. That's just
So,
who. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, so by all means, I tell her, well, by all means, go ahead then, but I still have to tease her just a little bit because she is a really beautiful woman. But I do find myself in admiration of women that are well kept and well groomed, and I do want to emulate them, short of putting on makeup, because I just don't want to be bothered with it, honestly.
I think that comes with
Can
age
I ask you a
too.
question?
Yeah,
Did she wear the entire? Can I ask you a question?
go ahead.
Did she wear the entire like the whole? I don't know the name of it. The whole dress and the headdress, or did she just wear a headdress?
She dresses just like you and I.
I love
You're talking about a hijab and a
Right, that's the
abaya.
word.
Yeah, she doesn't wear an abaya and she doesn't wear a hijab, but occasionally she will wrap, and that's usually on Sept. Sept is their holy day, which is the same as Jews.
So
It's
then,
Friday night.
what was you meaning? She covers up.
Makeup.
Oh, you was meaning makeup.
Yeah, makeup. I'm talking about,
Okay.
painting her face. As a matter of fact, she's gone as far as to have her eyebrows and her lips tattooed.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant she was wrapping her head.
No, she didn't do that very often. She dresses just like you and I.
Okay, I
my
understand now.
eyeliner done.
I love it. Just me. I love it. It's not because I wanna, people to. It's just me. I love it. Yeah.
I love makeup.
And
Yeah.
I think we're all beautiful, but I think do what makes you feel comfortable. I mean,
As long as I'm not hurting anyone,
Yeah. I mean, I don't have I don't know. I mean, ask me in 10 years and if I feel differently, I don't know. But when I was a teenager, I felt like I needed a lot of makeup. In fact, I look at pictures and go, "Oh my God, what were you thinking?" Yeah, what the hell? Like I remember Aquanet was like my best friend. I used to carry that shit to school. It was like, and now it's like I'm more of the natural. I like the natural look, even though I don't wear foundation. And if men don't know what that is, it's they call it it's makeup. You put it on your face to make your skin look different, or to give it a different texture or whatever to cover up. Well, I don't wear none of that shit, but I just don't like how it feels on my face. That's just my personal preference.
It evens out your complexion.
Yeah, and I honestly don't have that problem, thank God. And
Well,
women who need it, whatever, I have no problem with women who need it and like wearing it. I personally don't like how it feels on my face. I don't like that cakey feeling. And I wear moisturizers and stuff like that, so having more crap on my face, it just makes me feel like I'm being smothered.
yeah,
But
so
I wear my facial oil and my moisturizer, sunblock, and then that's it. And I'll put on my a little bit of bronzer so I don't look dead. And I have my natural eyebrows, so I don't worry about those. And I wear my eyeshadow, which is all beiges and peachy colors, and I like the natural makeup look. I don't. They call it the no makeup look type of thing.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yeah, a little
It
bit of
does.
mascara. Yeah.
And
When I
believe it or
go out,
not,
then I put on a little extra, but nah.
believe it or not, a lot of men don't want a lot of makeup on their woman because they don't want to not be able to kiss her because it's going to smear her lips, or come away from her after a hug with her makeup all over his clothes.
I haven't experienced.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
saying.
I don't. That doesn't happen with me, but I know what you're talking about. I've seen women who just cake that shit on. They look like completely different people after
They
they
look like
take
a
it off.
clown.
Yeah, that's scary. Waking up and seeing something different.
Right.
That's something else. But yeah.
I think if you're gonna date a guy, I think it in all fairness, he should see you. I would think his first impressions should be with you with little to no makeup. That way he can have like, this is what I'm going to wake up to every day kind of thing, you know? Like,
Yeah,
this
you don't
is
want to
the...
put him into shock.
Hit the road, John.
Like, wait, didn't I just wait a minute? I thought I woke. I thought I went to bed with a different woman and somebody else. Like, I wash my face every night too before I go to bed. So yeah, that would be a good look.
Can you imagine him turning over in the morning and saying, "Who the hell is this?"
Right? Got lashes on the
That's the one
pillows.
I remember. All glam and ball.
Oh, jeez.
Where did you come
No.
from? I don't remember seeing you.
I think the first have to wake up 5 o'clock in the morning before 2 hours before that person wakes up.
He's
Oh,
he's
God.
lifting the covers looking for the one he got home with.
Not the one I remember.
What's
No.
Cybertron? What's Cybertron talking about? Who's
How do you
shaming
guys?
somebody?
He's saying, how do you guys shit? I can't read.
How are we
How do you
shaming
guys
people?
should rewatch everything you guys have just said? You're basically shaming people, and I'm out of here. What?
We're not shaming anybody. Oh my
We're talking
gosh.
about ourselves.
Oh, geez, lighten up, dude. We're just having a discussion about makeup. It ain't that serious.
I don't need to go.
And maybe a little dick here and there.
I mean, I don't.
We're
Right?
talking about ourselves. We're not talking about nobody else.
I mean, if we want to get...
Organized, I think Peachy already said she'd been twice in the back.
Oh, well,
Sorry,
yeah, I think he's responsible for that. He said he's sorry. He's been having issues.
I mean, Cybertron
with his computer.
Herself, that's different, but you know, that's insecurity.
Yeah.
To be honest, so move on.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Bye
I mean,
bye.
I think that women who I love makeup as much as the next woman. I just the only thing I don't like is the foundation part. And I'm not going to say I've never worn it, because I have. And if there was a special occasion, maybe, but I personally don't feel that I need it.
Yeah, special occasions I would put more on, but for the most part, I just didn't bother with it.
I'm a city
Not to
girl.
mention in the summertime.
I would love to make my eyes pop.
Yeah.
My eyeliner's tattooed on.
I don't wear eyeliner.
I love eyeliner. See, I love eye shadow.
Yeah.
No, I'd like to have tattooed eyeliner. I would like that.
Yeah, it don't hurt. Well,
that's my only reason for not doing it, is I'm afraid of the pain.
It's not like a tattoo. It don't go in as deep or anything. It's not the same kind of ink.
Mm-hmm.
Go look into it.
I haven't worn eyeliner in God.
I like eyeliner
years.
and mascara. That's like my two thing for sure.
Yeah.
A little bit blush.
Yeah.
Once in a while.
Eyeliner. I think the last time I used to wear liquid eyeliner.
Oh,
The last time I wore it, I think I was in my 20s. The last time I wore that.
Okay, does anybody have tattoos?
Oh my gosh.
Too. Small ones.
I have so many scars with their own stories that I wouldn't even think about getting tattoos.
Amish Drywall just asked if we like lipstick. I am a lip gloss fanatic. I have so many lip glosses. I always have to have something on my lips, and I always have a lip gloss in my pocket. I have one in my purse. I have like 10 in my purse in a little pouch. And I love lip gloss. I'm not a big lipstick fan, but I love lip gloss. Huh?
I said that's called an addiction.
Yeah, it really is. I love it.
Kinda.
I just love it. I have so many different. Yeah.
My daughter's
I
love lip gloss.
Mm-hmm.
She's going like
I am a lip gloss fanatic.
I wear lip balm, but not lipstick.
You can't beat going to a spa and getting your paws and claws done, your hair done, shampoo.
Thank you.
You're supposed to be relaxed.
Yes.
Right? That's one thing I do for myself.
I do it every month,
too.
or twice
I
sometimes.
pay for myself.
I think
Absolutely.
you love yourself. To be honest, that's the best invent. You have to put in yourself.
Yeah, I do a spa every time I get in the shower.
And again, I don't do it
as hot as
because
I can stand it.
I'm not doing it to impress anybody. I do it for myself.
Yeah.
Peachy
Everybody, you should always treat yourself any way you feel fit.
Golden.
This is the third time
Uh-huh.
Peachy's been in the back room.
Yeah, you can check.
Tank Boy said that he
What's
said
it like
Peachy
back
1
there,
second
Peachy?
he needs to refresh. I guess his computer is slow,
lagging or
so
something.
he's having technical difficulties, but he'll get you right up, Peachy. Don't
We hear
worry.
you knocking, but you can't come in.
Right? I love Cheech and Chong. That movie was hilarious.
Hey, Dave. But that girl snorting that Ajax was.
Oh God.
I do catering for a living, so I have plenty of casseroles there. So
What was that about sniffing Ajax?
In
On
Cheech
Cheech
and
and
Chong, she sniffed
Chong.
Ajax.
Oh,
She made lines of it, and I'm the worst one to have sound effects, so I'm not even gonna.
Oh
I love it.
God. I remember the first time I ever saw that, Up in Smoke. I was a kid, like I was maybe 5 years old. I think that movie came out like in 1975 or something. Yeah,
my
it was
age.
pretty crazy.
Wow.
I know, right?
YouTube watcher wants to know what our favorite casserole is.
Peachy, I think that
Favorite casserole. The fuck? What kind
I don't cook
Well-
anymore. I don't have a favorite casserole.
I guess mine would be shepherd's pie. It sounds like a pie, but it's really a casserole.
Yummy.
It's really good. Just everybody say it's shepherd's pie.
I love shepherd's pie.
Yeah, there's shepherd's
Lasagna.
pie, and then there's in New Zealand they have what they call hare pie, HARE, hare pie, and it's like a shepherd's pie except it's made with hare, the
What?
animal. Yeah, it's good actually. It's see the rabbit itself is white meat and the hare is dark meat.
Possum pepper.
Possum pepper.
Mine's
Yeah.
lasagna. I like lasagna.
Yeah.
That's not a casserole.
No, no,
It's
I
a
didn't.
casserole.
That's
It's
not
in a
casserole.
dish. It is a casserole.
It's not a casserole. I'm going to
I think
argue
it's a
with you on that.
casserole.
It's
You put
not a
Golden Eyes.
casserole.
Golden Eyes, do you cook?
I do cook. I love cooking, actually.
Just not
I don't get to-
casseroles.
I don't know. I don't do. Yeah, I don't do the casserole thing. Even when I had a family to cook for, I just never did the casserole thing. I love Italian food. I'm a carb.
Okay,
person.
we'll let
Oh
you
my
get
God,
by
I
with
love carbs.
lasagna.
That's not
Yeah,
a
I say
casserole.
lasagna because it goes in a casserole pan. I mean, I put it in a
No.
casserole dish.
No. It doesn't even go in a casserole pan. You have to have to make proper lasagna, you have to have a deep pan. So you can do 3 layers. And dear, it is not a
Yes.
casserole. Trust me, it's not a casserole.
Oh,
Well,
I use
she
a
don't know what a
baking dish
casserole
that's
is, so
like,
we're gonna let her have a pass and not let her have a lasagna.
There you go. Because I think casseroles are like, when I think of casserole, I think anything that is like in a baking dish, or a pan. That's a casserole to me.
Like
but,
what? What is it? A 9x13 is what you're thinking?
I don't know. I use the Pioneer Woman. I have a few of them. I have a really big one that I use for my lasagna. But and it's really deep. I love it. But yeah, it's. I honestly don't. Are you talking about casseroles that are that all those ingredients you mix together, throw in a dish, and then
Like
you bake
tuna
it?
casserole?
Is that a casserole? Ew! No, I don't eat that shit.
No.
A tuna casserole would be a casserole.
I'm
No.
sorry. I'm just not the whole 1970s Betty Crocker lady, I guess. I just
That's not one of them.
I
I
just don't
don't
do
like open cans. I don't like none of those things. I love everything from scratch, you know?
Yeah, that's yeah.
But
Well, you can make a casserole from scratch.
yeah, I know.
I love a man that cooks.
The other day,
I
my
don't
sister was saying that she did it from scratch, but everything was canned. You know, I'm like, what is natural of it? You know, I get it once in a while you add, but everything was there. She was giving me the recipe was for a can. You know, I'm like, no, that's not
right.
There's
And
only one.
Amish
There's
Amish
only one.
drywall says no box dinners. Hell no, I don't do box shit
There's
either.
only
I don't
one
like
good
that
use.
stuff.
There's only one good use for canned goods, and that's to make a soup.
Yeah. I mean, but the way she was telling me everything was, and I'm like, no, that's not natural.
That's not natural.
Do any of you, and now this you all might laugh, but that's okay. Do any of you can your own food?
I do.
I have in the past, but I don't currently. No.
Past tense, I have, yeah.
My grandmother and aunt taught me a long time ago, and they passed. But my mother occasionally will do it. But yeah, I honestly can't sit here and say that I can anything.
Well,
or jar
nowadays, to some
anything.
people, that's like they have no idea what that means.
Yeah,
It's the F. Yeah.
they really
Well,
should.
my mom used to do canning, and I did with her when I was a kid. But as an adult, I have not done any canning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have here the land, so I take advantage of that.
I'm
You're
having a
lucky.
hard
There you
time
go.
adjusting from cooking for a large family to just me. So I just don't cook like I used to.
Same
That's
here.
me. I cook. If I cook, I cook. I mean, it's just me and occasionally my daughter. But I honestly
Golden
will yeah.
read the private chat.
I make something and I will eat it for a few days because it's just me. So I usually make my own pizza. I love
Yummy.
My own basil pesto and
So
all
Peachy,
of
give it
that.
a try.
Okay, can I say something? You know those crock pots? I didn't know how to use them the other day, and finally I find out how to use them. And I thought that maybe it's the same as boiling. You put it on, and half an hour it's ready. No, so ever since I learned how to use that crock pot, oh my god, it's so amazing. Because you can now do something, do more stuff and not worry about the thing, burning out or something.
I love a slow cooker.
I never saw, well, I seen them, but I wasn't, grab it, it was in my alley. So my daughter bought one for college, and man, that thing was good. That roasted beef and all that stuff. Oh my god, that's a miracle for me.
They're wonderful,
right? I wish I would have known before though.
Okay, one down.
You'll
Let's
have
see if
so
Peach
much
is
fun
coming
with
up.
them.
I love a slow cooker. You can make a whole meal in a slow cooker, put it in the morning, and walk away.
I didn't know how to use them, and so my daughter teach me. OMG. She left in the morning, she threw everything in there, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? She's like, Mom, just don't worry. Don't touch them until I come from school. You're more than 8 hours. She's like, don't worry. I was so worried. I was worried that she's going to burn the house or something. So I keep checking on her and checking on the house. And yeah, it was still going and going. And I'm like, when she came home, she served everybody. Man, that thing was a bomb.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I thought it was a miracle, So I started using it. I'm like, but I think it's fun.
It's great. I like a good roast chicken in the oven. But when I make my chickens, I split them and put them in I have a cast iron Dutch oven. So I split the chicken so it's opened up and put in carrots and potatoes and onions and oh my gosh. And a couple hours later you got it falling off the bone. Everything's cooked well, less than a couple hours actually. But that's like the best in the world is cooking a roasted chicken in a cast iron Dutch oven.
Oh man. Crazy. I love cooking. That's like my alley, I love hosting my kids and when my kids, their friends come over. I usually have something for sure, you know. For them to dig. But I love cooking. Always entertaining in this house.
So, what's your favorite dish to cook?
Favorite? I like to be honest, everything. But my kids like when I make there's a plate called birria. It's Mexican plate though. And it's just beef, but it's falling apart basically. And like with sauce, but not chili at all, you know. And it's usually that, you know.
Do you make menudo?
Yes.
Do you? I
Mhm.
like menudo.
Let
A
me-
lot of
What
people
is that?
don't even know what menudo is, but it is awesome.
It's really easy to be honest.
Yeah.
That's what I said. What is that?
It's
It's beef
yeah.
tripe. It's gross.
Mhm.
Sorry, no offense. I can't eat that stuff.
I don't
It's
like
what?
it with all the asagis and the legs and all that stuff. I won't eat that part, but I'll eat the ramen and all that stuff.
It's tripe. Tripe is the stomach lining of a cow.
Yep.
Sweet Jesus. Alrighty.
My mom used to make tripe. She used to fry it up for a treat.
How do you fix it?
Menudo is like a stew.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I can't eat stuff like that. I can't eat like people make chitlins and pig's feet and hog maws and like why do you
You
how
ever
do
have?
you eat that shit?
I don't know. You ever have goat steaks, Golden?
Nope.
You never had goat.
Actually,
You
no,
ever-
that's not true. I actually have. I went to an Indian reservation and they had goat, and I don't know if it was the way it was prepared or what, but it was disgusting, and I never did it again.
I used to raise goats for meat, and I shared the dish that I made one time with the person that the goats came from, and he was a friend of my husband, and he said, none of us have made this good. How did you do that? Because I think it's partly on how the goat is fed, number one. And then a goat actually has two skin. When you skin it, there's another membrane under the goat. You really have to strip it, and then you put it in. You have to. You can either freeze it and do it later, or you can go ahead and put it in ice water and keep it in the fridge overnight, and then change the water out the next day and do it another day. What it does is it draws out all that excess stuff that makes it taste bad. And so,
rather than use water, I use milk.
And not, I wouldn't do that with goat meat, but I have put a little vinegar in it, a little bit of vinegar in the water, but it has to be ice water. It can't be just regular water.
I'm very particular about what I eat. Someone has said this to me before, actually. You're like, you're too picky. But no, I am. I'm really, I don't have a lot of meat, but when I do, it's usually chicken breast. Or when I make like a spaghetti sauce or a sauce for my lasagna, I'll use like a ground pork and a ground, like a chuck or something. But I don't, it's very rarely that I eat, I don't eat hamburger, period. But I like a good steak every now and then. I'll eat a steak maybe once a month.
I hardly
Did Peachy ever? I guess Peachy never made it back up. Tank and Tank's going to get coffee. I make a dish called kufta, and it's a Middle Eastern dish, and it's a mixture of ground beef and lamb with fresh cut tomatoes, fresh cut onions, some tomato paste, a couple of eggs, some flour, and you make like little patties out of it. It's like a kebab without the stick.
I love Persian food. I love Persian food.
Never had it.
So it's
I don't like lamb.
It's actually one of my favorite plates, Persian food. The it's kebab, you know, basically. And
yeah, when you mix the lamb with the ground beef, if you've ever had gyros, it's the same thing. If you mix lamb with beef, it's not as strong as you think. It's quite good.
Well, let me put it this way: the only person I've had it from, we never was sure if it was just how she prepared it.
Okay. Yeah, well.
It was kind of greasy.
Okay. Well, that's mutton. That's mutton.
I don't.
That's yeah. Lamb and mutton are different. They're the same animal,
No,
but they're
this. We know this was lamb, but she was getting older, and her cooking was getting less than ideal.
well, it's just odd to me because lambs just don't have that much fat on them to be greasy.
Right.
The mutton does, though. They're older sheep. They have a lot of grease, and you have to cook them a certain way.
Mm-hmm. I haven't cooked goat, to be honest.
Goats are pretty lean.
I tried deer meats. It's really good and tender.
Mine is seafood.
I just can't. Me, oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, I love seafood. I love a good ceviche. Ugh.
Well, in Cali, my mom's the one running the restaurant. It's seafood or our restaurant. Yeah. We love
oh my
seafood.
God.
The best ceviche is when the fish just came out of the ocean.
Oh man.
Yes.
That's
we
the
would
best
go out
ceviche.
the night before and go shrimping. And it'd be like a family affair thing, and you'd go in and just come back with like 5-gallon buckets full of shrimp, and the next day the family gets together, big old shrimp fry, or you go out and grab a couple grouper.
Right?
Yes.
We would spend all day on the boat and get lobster and come back and fry them up for supper.
I don't eat any fish that doesn't have scales. So I don't eat shrimp or lobster like that. I don't eat that. If it doesn't have scales, I don't eat it.
I love it, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. I love it. I love seafood. Period.
It's not that I dislike it. It's faith based. Just like I don't eat pork. I don't eat any fish that don't have scales, and certain other animals. Like before I knew better, I used to raise rabbits.
Can you explain the fish with scales, if you don't mind?
A fish that has scales has scales. A catfish does not have scales. A shrimp is not a scaled fish. A lobster is not a scale.
What is the faith?
Oh, you mean what is the faith? I'm a Messianic Jew.
But what is the scales and the faith? How do they intertwine?
They don't intertwine. It's just one of the food. It's a food rule. It's a food rule.
That it must have a scale.
The fish should have a scale, yeah. To be acceptable, it has to have scales.
Well, technically, shrimp and lobster, these aren't fish; they're crustaceans.
Yeah, but they're one of the things they're one of the things that you're not supposed to eat.
Yeah,
as a rule,
I get it.
in the rule, yeah.
Didn't know that.
Here's a question that's kind of off topic. We're talking about food. Sorry. Aside from Cindy, because she's married, what about
Sorry,
you ladies? No, don't apologize. Hey, that's good that your marriage worked out and you're happy, and that's wonderful. It's a good thing. Yeah. You know what? I just want to know: would you guys consider remarrying? Would you ever marry again?
Definitely.
Yes.
No.
I would. I would.
Okay.
I don't think that I'm jaded or like marriage has turned me off from. I love the idea of being married and being with someone for the rest of my life and sharing everything with a person. Yeah. And I can do that without getting married, but I don't know, just having that closeness and being, best friends with someone and knowing that, we're always going to be there for each other. And so I'm totally open to it. I'm totally open to it. Yeah.
It's a good idea. I don't see that in my life, but I sure do pray for it for everybody else's. I don't have that interest to be with anybody anymore. I have friends and I'm satisfied with that. And I have some family members and I'm satisfied with that. And I have other things that fulfill my life. And I just don't need the drama, honestly. And I just don't need the drama. So no, I'm not gonna even go there.
See, after my divorce,
you know, it sounds crazy, but you know, it's just me, I guess. I miss, you know, going when I was married, you know, when he would cut the yard and, you know, I always, you know, miss those stuff, you know, bringing out the water for him, you know, or something like that, you know, it's spontaneous stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those are the things that I cherish, you know. And that's why I say I won't close my mind to, I don't think it's fair, you know. But,
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has their own opinion.
After my divorce, I said that I would never. And then I met somebody, and it literally, he softened my heart. He really did. And we never really argued. We just had, it was just a good relationship. I think we appreciated each other. And he has passed away. It's been 8 years. So my only regret is we didn't get married. You know, but I don't know, it was just kind of like a blessing. He softened my heart.
Yeah.
I've changed my
I
thoughts on
think
it.
people should pursue whatever it is they feel makes them happy.
Yep.
And if they feel like another person in their life is that, then they should have it. I'm just not one of those people. I pretty much feel fulfilled the way I am.
I'm open to it. I'm just not completely blocking the idea out of, you know, my mind. I think that, am I looking for a man? No. If I happen to meet him, that's wonderful. If I happen to meet a great guy and it just happens to work out that way, that, you know, I fall in love and he wants to marry me and I feel the same way for him, absolutely. I would be, but you know what? If I never get married again and I don't find that connection with someone, I mean, it's okay too. I mean, I can be happy and you know, find other things to, you know, fulfill my time. But I mean, I think life is so much better when you have somebody to share it with. I was talking about going on vacation, you know, visiting another country. There's so many things I want to do before I die, and I'm thinking, God, I can't imagine going to all these beautiful places and not having somebody to share it with.
Right?
Yes, exactly.
I've done that, Golden. I'm going to tell
Exactly.
you what, the traveling that I have done has always been better for me when I did it without a significant other along. I can't say why that is. Maybe it was just the person, but I've always found it just to be too exhausting. Because I want to go do the things that I want to go do and see that. Now I've traveled a lot, so you know, I guess there's probably still places I could go, but I'm at the point in my life where, like, okay, right here in the country where I do live, there's a lot of things I haven't seen, but I don't necessarily feel like I want to see it with somebody. Because when I went on the road trip that I went on, I was so much happier doing it by myself because I didn't have to argue about which was the next exit to take. And I mean, honestly, the men are really, really bad about wanting to give you directions about how you're going to drive. And then I'm serious. It's just too much drama.
Can I interject something?
You can.
Let me see, Nevaeh. It sounds to me like you just had some bad relationships.
No, it sounds to me like I've had some better times without them.
You know what?
I'm a very
I
self-sufficient person, but I don't mind having a companion around.
Right?
I've got a cat.
Exactly.
I'm used to being by myself. Listen, a little bullet and a good movie, it's all good.
Right? I am the same way. I got used to being with my ex-husband for, you know, a long time. I was married for 14 years. And, you know, you're used to having that person sleeping with you. You wake up to them every day. You know, you spend a lot of time with this person.
Yeah,
and then
they
all of a sudden you
snore
don't.
and they fart.
That's true.
But
and
you know
you
what?
have that time alone, and I'm going to tell you that's one thing.
Let me tell you something.
But
let me tell you something. I had a friend that her husband died. You know what she told me? Number one, the nights are the quietest. and she missed the snoring.
Yeah. You get used to it after a while. You do. But
Driving on the
I
road,
agree.
all those things, makes a day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
well, I've
agree.
got a fish tank in my room, and it's like a constant waterfall. And I think if I moved it into the other room, that's probably what I would miss, not snoring or farting.
I think it depends on your relationship.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
May I tell you a story?
You can say anything you like.
My father died in March, and him and my mother had been married almost 60 years. In November, my mother just crumbled and died. She just withered up and died. Her death certificate says broken heart syndrome.
It happens. It's true.
She just literally, I went in and saw her 12 hours later. She just sat in a chair. She wouldn't speak. She wouldn't eat. She wouldn't do nothing. She was comatose. The doctor said she was done. She just gave up. Her and him had just that tight of a relationship. I mean, they were just college sweethearts. They was whole 9 yards. And when he died, she couldn't take it. We had tried to get her to get out, to come see the grandkids, to come do this. She just wouldn't do it. She was lost. She was stuck.
Right.
And in about 12 hours, she was comatose.
Oh.
It just depends on the relationship.
I think too that a lot of people have a misconception that when people get married, you lose yourself. And I think when you're in a healthy relationship, a healthy marriage, neither one of you allow that to happen. You always make time to do the things that make you happy, and then you do things together that you enjoy, and you try new things together to keep everything, light and fresh. If you allow someone and you love them, if you allow them to lose themselves and don't allow them to be themselves and enjoy the things that they enjoyed doing before he or she met you, then that's not love.
No, you're right. That's right.
Not love. Yeah, you
That's
need
selfish.
to allow them to. It is very selfish. You need to allow them to be the person they were and the things that they enjoy doing.
Exactly.
Don't you want them to continue to be the person that you fell in love with and not change after you get a ring on your finger, not turn themselves into somebody else?
Exactly.
You want your spouse to be exactly who they were that you fell in love with, but I find that that's not reality. It's very rare.
My husband was a goof at 18 when I married him. A goof. Guess what? He is getting ready to turn 50-something, and he's still a big a goof as he was then. And sometimes he'll make me laugh so much, and sometimes I look at him and say, well, that wasn't funny. That was stupid. And you know what? That's exactly what I told him when he was 18. But that's what I married, as a goof.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't want him to change
like I
a bit.
said,
that's what you
it's rare.
And then if you don't, there's a lot of resentment, that starts to fester. Yeah, people start resenting their partners because, they look back and think, God, I should have done this. I should have done that.
Right.
And why did she make me quit doing this? And,
And
it's
Perth Observer, too, says the truth. A woman needs to complete herself. A man should not complete a woman, but complement. And the same thing goes with a man.
Yeah.
Both the men and the women need to be very competent and complete themselves before they enter into a relationship and then trying to form themselves around it.
Perth, that was wonderfully said. Wonderfully said.
Absolutely.
I'm more content by myself, I think.
I'm okay with being alone. I've gotten used to it, sadly.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I've gotten used to it. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like when I was married, I always felt like I couldn't really I couldn't have my girly things. Now I remember when I moved into my own place. I was like, oh, I'm free to decorate my own bedroom. Like I can actually have pink in my bedroom, or something like that, something girly. But honestly, it doesn't bother me anymore. Like I still sleep on one side of the bed, but occasionally I'll lay across my bed.
That's me. It's funny, I have a cat king,
Yeah.
the corner.
Yeah, I just lay like across my bed now. It's like you get used to it, sadly, and I think that's probably one of the things that I fear, that if I do find that special person, and eventually he'll want to move in together, it's like, oh God, he's got to be able to accept the fact that I'm a girl and I'm gonna need a bigger closet.
I have a bigger closet.
This is great because I actually have 3 closets to myself.
Oh my God, I love it, right? I love
You
it.
know what?
And an extra bedroom too.
I
I
have
can
the big
actually
closet. I have the big closet in our bedroom, and I gave him the closet in the guest bedroom. He don't even have a closet in our room.
Guys, I changed one of my bedrooms into my closet.
Oh my God, that would be heaven, right?
I mean, who else is going to use it?
Right? Exactly. Yeah, that's my only thing. Like, I gotta have a big closet.
Yeah,
If you
that's
don't
if you
have,
don't have the freedom to still be yourself, you're with the wrong person.
So
Yeah.
here's my thing now. Because I was traveling for such a while and I learned to live with so little. And I put my stuff in storage when I went on the road. And what I had in my van is what I lived with. And that's exactly what I have in my apartment. I still haven't gotten my stuff out of storage. I learned to make do with what I had in the van. So when I settled into an apartment again, I just continue to make do with what I had. And so I've got my cookware and I've got my bed, and I did actually add a dresser. And I have some things for the fish tanks to sit on. But as far as, getting all of my stuff back out of storage and setting up the house and doing all this
Yep.
other stuff with the TV and all that, I don't, even my TV is still in storage. So I just found that I'm comfortable with not having all of those things around me that a lot of people seem to think that they need to have.
I've went down very simplistic too. It's a good feeling.
Right?
You should never have so much that you can't just get up and walk away from it.
Oh God, I have a thing for, I don't have as much as I used to, but I have downsized a bit, but I have a shoe thing. I like my shoes, and I like my bags,
That's me.
and I like clothes, and I think it too because what I wear to work is like skirts and dresses, and I have to, I work in an office environment, so I have that, and then you have your workout clothes, and then you have your uh, banging around town, running errands outfits where you're comfy but you're cute. And then I have my, going out attire, and then I have my formal wear. I have stuff in my closet that you know what, if somebody was to call me right now and say, "Hey, I have an event that I want you to go to with me. Are you down?" Yep. Give me an hour and I'll be ready. I don't have to worry about going shopping, and I've already got the shit in my closet. I don't have to worry about any of that. So I like being prepared, but that's just me. Not every woman has a life like that, maybe. So I think you should dress whatever.
So you work in that type of an office.
Yes.
So then you need to be that way. You need to be prepared like that. That's the way my daughter is. That's the way my daughter is. That's pretty much, that's not a a luxury for you. That's a must.
But I do enjoy, like, if I were dating someone and he wanted to go out to a nice restaurant and he asked me to wear something sexy and, you know, uh, and when I mean sexy, I don't mean slutty, guys.
Right.
I'm talking to the men. And there's a big difference between being sexy and slutty. But wearing a cute pair of heels and a sexy dress, and you just look beautiful. You feel beautiful. You look beautiful. You're going to a nice restaurant, and you don't have to do anything other than that. And I feel like I have it in my closet. Like, why not? It makes me feel good to do that. I don't always do it, but I enjoy it.
YouTube watcher asks, how many of you ladies have stuffed animals on the bed?
But
I have none.
I own none. I don't even own any.
Yeah, I don't either.
It's not because I want it, but it's because I have kids, 9-year-old
The stuffed animals at my house are in the baby crib.
Yeah, I don't have any. None.
Nope. My cat has some little puffballs, but they're not on my bed.
I've stuffed animals in the dog toy box.
I love perfume, to be honest. I love to collect perfumes.
None on my bed.
I don't have any in my house at all. I think the last time I owned a stuffed animal, I was in my 20s, and I eventually got rid of them. I have 2 grandsons, yes, but they're not into stuffed animals. They're 5 and 6.
Oh, you have older grandbabies.
Yeah, they're 5 and 6, so they're mostly like into trucks and remote control cars, and of course their video games. Yeah.
One of my daughter's favorite toys was a Tonka truck. You know how much those things are worth now?
Right?
A real steel one too. It wasn't a plastic one.
Oh, Benny, I love that. I love her comments, just digging for it.
Oh, Albany? Yeah, she's funny.
But she went in the wood and came out pregnant.
Oh, gosh. Now, what about, somebody asked me a question too, to ask, how do you ladies feel about porn? And do you watch it?
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't watch it, and I don't have a feeling about it one way or the other. I've never watched it.
I have.
Never?
Never.
Wow.
Hey, look,
Seriously?
I can create my own damn porn. Thank you very much.
Like, I can do those better than those bitches.
That's right. I can do it better than they can, I think.
Shit, I got my pole hair and everything.
Oh, shit.
No, I've watched it.
Albany.
Is that watching it with or without the husband?
Either or.
I've done both.
Yep, same.
I've done both too.
Yeah, I've never watched it.
Well, you should go watch some.
Why? What would it do for me?
There's some good
You'd
stuff
be
out there.
surprised.
I mean, seriously speaking, what would it do for me to watch a guy banging a woman, or vice versa, or a blowjob, or none of that is going to do anything for me.
Unlike men, see, men are visual creatures. Okay, women are we're
touchy-feely.
Yes, and emotional, but men are visual. So porn in
go watch
essentially
two women.
it's made for men. It's not made for women, which I think is a sexist thing. They need to make it more towards us, but they have gotten better with it.
Then go watch two women.
No, I don't do that, but
I'm just saying, if she don't want to watch a woman and a guy banging,
I don't want to watch anybody else banging. If I want to see some banging, I've got a damn bed and a bedroom, and I can have it going on in my. I don't need to watch that shit. I can make that shit.
You know what? You can make it too. There's no. You can make it too. That's fine.
You have to be creative,
Yeah,
I am. I'm a very imaginative, creative individual. My husband's loved that about me.
I'm imaginative too, but damn, I mean, there's just there's some good stuff out there.
Out in the middle of nowhere,
Just saying.
Who's into fulfilling fantasies?
Oh God! Oh, you know what? That's I am. I like that. I like.
What was the question?
It's so much fun.
Who is into fulfilling fantasies?
Like dressing up.
I'm all about fantasies. I think they're fun.
Well, I was at one time. I was creating my own damn porn.
She's like, I got this.
Right?
Seriously.
I don't answer questions.
I don't answer. Cindy's got a French maid costume stuffed back in her closet somewhere.
I don't
Oh.
answer questions.
Oh, I had I had some costumes. Honestly, my husbands were not interested in porn when they were with me. Trust me. I was the porn.
Okay.
Okay.
Good for you, girl. Good
Hey,
for
you gotta have it going on if you want to hang on to them.
I think role play is fun.
Right?
Occasionally.
Yep.
I think that's fun.
I want to go to Albany's house.
Yeah.
I want Albany to just make me a video.
Oh shit.
I'm not into that sadomasochist bullshit.
No, I'm not into
Did you
that.
did
I
you
don't
guys speaking of which, just to get off subject a little bit, did any of you guys watch the video Rick did and he was telling about what CCW wanted Kat to do to him?
No.
Oh
haven't
my
seen
god.
that,
And then
sorry.
he said that he was one of those people that like to inflict pain, but here she is getting out of a relationship that inflicted pain. And what in the world makes him think that she wants him if that's how he is?
Oh god. I don't know.
I can't believe he actually was very graphic in describing what she told him.
Yeah, I don't
Everything
know.
Kat went through, he described saying that that's what he was all about.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I can't
exactly.
speak on it because I don't know anything about that, but 50 Shades of Grey really fucked everything up. Let me just put it that way. Everybody all of a sudden was into the S&M and the tying people up. Now, I will admit that if you trust somebody and if you trust them that much to allow them to, to handcuff you or tie you up or blindfold you, that could be sexy as hell. And that's like hot. But I don't want anybody taking anything. Yeah, I'm not your child. I don't want you whipping my ass with a whip or a paddle or any of that shit.
I had to
I'm
on this.
perfectly fine with you smacking my ass with your hand.
You don't want
wait
to
a
be in
minute.
a position where you have no control.
Exactly.
Who on this planet do you trust that much?
If you sleep with them, if you can trust a man and sleep next to them, you're the most vulnerable you'll ever be, ever. I mean, anybody could easily kill you in your sleep, right?
Yeah.
So you have to think about it like that. If you're willing to sleep with him without anybody else, I mean,
I can be willing to sleep with him, but I still got my hands free.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to think that you've actually made the mistake of marrying an axe murderer. So yeah, you're going to sleep with your husband.
But my hands are not tied up.
Exactly. So I get a story to tell you with that.
So ain't no way. I love my husband. I've been married to my husband my entire life.
Right.
Just about.
So
and honey, that man is not tying me to no bed.
Years and years and years and years ago. And this is a true story. Years and years and years ago. And I'm talking years ago. So we're talking more than 40 years. I knew this gal. And she was married. And her husband was abusive. And he was abusive on a regular basis, physically abusive. So he had beaten her so badly one day that and he always expected her to just take it and be happy about it and go on. So while he was at work the next day, remember the wire clothes hangers?
Yeah.
Remember? Okay. She took 3 wire clothes hangers and straightened them out and braided them. Then when he got home and she was all sweetie to him, made him his dinner, all this stuff, she seduced him and talked him into letting her tie him up.
Oh, sweet.
And once she got him tied up, she took that braided metal clothes hanger and whipped the shit out of him. He never touched her again after that.
Well, good for her.
Would you touch her?
Well, I'm not kind of like that. I mean, I'm not a violent person to begin with. I'll defend myself in a heartbeat, but
Right.
no, I mean, I'm
Right.
not. But she did. She took a lot before she got to the point where she just decided there had to be a way to stop him.
Oh,
Right.
That's crazy.
So, yeah. Because he would do that to her. He would physically abuse her while they were having sex and everything else. And so, I mean, so it wasn't really off topic, but it was about trust and who do you trust, and
I
then what?
trust my
Yeah.
husband dearly.
Well, that's.
I first
But
met
you're
my husband when I was 9 years old.
right.
9. I started dating him when I was 16. I've been married forever. I mean, I've known this guy forever, but he still
So it's not
is
about
tying me
trust
up.
with you. It's probably just a preference. You prefer not to be tied up.
Yeah. Still hands free.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if anything goes wrong, I know how to punch good.
Right. But yeah, you're putting yourself in a submissive.
You're very
as a
vulnerable
submissive,
when you're tied up.
So you're very vulnerable. Yes.
Yeah,
So
Perth
again,
observer. Perth observer. I can't answer that for her. Everybody makes their own choices about. And I mean, I didn't stay in touch with them, so I don't know how much longer she was with him, but I do know she got him back. She made him afraid to do that to what he was doing to her anymore. So,
yeah, it's about trust when you're in a relationship. If you trust him, you're willing to try different things. You're willing to try, push the boundaries a little bit, like just you need to be open minded when it comes to sex and experimenting and doing and trying new things, so
I think a lot of that has to do with your background and who you were able to trust growing up as a child.
This is true.
Because there's things that happen to people when they're children. They're never, ever, ever going to trust somebody with that depth.
This is true. But, some people, they, like I said, you just have to be in a certain mind frame. And if both of you are at that, on the same page, then absolutely do what makes you feel comfortable. That's all I'm saying. Do what makes you feel comfortable. Don't feel pressured into doing something just because your partner is being adamant about, trying it. Just like you got to want it to. It's not going to be any fun if you both aren't into it.
That's true.
So yeah, that's where communication comes in. You got to be able to talk to your partner. You got to be able to tell them what your wants and your needs are.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm going to have that before I get married. I'm going to tell them, look, I won't do this, I won't do this, I won't do this, and I won't do that. And if you can't accept that, you better go find somebody else to marry.
Exactly.
Perth observer, you asked that question. My daughter was a victim of domestic violence. And I learned with her, it's harder for them to leave than you think. I've wondered a lot of times, what is your problem? Just get away. Just walk out. But with the mental aspect of it, I smack here. I beat you tonight. In the morning, the tears. He could turn on tears like a faucet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Then come home from work, smack her. I was stressed out from work. And then there goes the tears again. I won't do it again. And then just the way he does it, he could get her to buy into it.
I
And
work
then
with.
it just has to take one thing. It has to go so far until it finally takes one thing, and then she finally said enough. And it was so hard for us because we had to just stand back and watch it and wait for her to say enough because there wasn't anything we could do because she had to she had to she had to wait it out. I
I
mean,
have a
we had to be
question.
there when the cops were called. We had to go down and get the baby out of the situation. But for her, we just had to wait it out
I have a,
because we couldn't pull her out of it.
yeah, I have a question to go along with that while you're talking about this situation, and it had to have been very difficult for you. But did you ever witness him putting his hands on her that way yourself?
Mm, no, we saw the aftermath.
Okay. The reason I ask is because I saw my grandson's father do that to my daughter, and I jumped on him and beat the shit out of him. Just saying.
No, we would see the aftermath.
You know, I was in an abusive relationship, but you don't want to tell your family, you know, because it's not something that you want to.
No, it had went on 2 years before she told us finally.
My mom found when I was in coma. Find out. Other than that, she would never, I would never say nothing to her, because I knew how she think about my brother-in-law, so I wouldn't want my mom looking at him that way. Next thing you know, I cannot bring him around. But it's awakening when your daughter's telling you, is it okay to upset a man that when I get married, do I have to accept that? And that was like a big flag to me, and I'm like, it's true, But
I'll be right back. I'll be right back, ladies. Hold on.
Yep.
So yeah, I do know that, and it is something that people have to deal with it, But some people learn the hard way, I was one of them. But
Yeah,
you have to deal with it in your time. No one can make you.
exactly. Everybody has to deal with it their own way. But when I saw that boy put his hands on my daughter right in front of my eyes, there was nothing that was going to stop me from putting a whipping on him and putting it on him, but good. And I scared the crap out of him too. He wouldn't even get out of his chair when I was done with him. But it's really a difficult thing to see with your children, and they're having to go through this. If you don't actually witness it with your own eyes, there's not a lot you can do. You can only advise them to try to find a way to be safe. What I told my daughter was always have a go bag. Always have a go bag. That means if it gets really, really bad, grab the bag and go and have it ready to go. But when I witnessed it for myself, I just couldn't stop myself. I just couldn't. I couldn't let that go on in front of my eyes. I was like a mother tiger.
She was at work and he had their child, which was 2 years old. And he makes a phone call, says the little boy broke his leg. And he had some wild story about the boy stepped on a toy and his leg rolled off or something. And he had this big wild story, and he still claims that story. And to this day, I believe he broke the boy's leg.
Well, if he was abusive, there's that possibility, and if you don't see it, it's hard to
because
prove.
His story doesn't make sense.
Well, they become excellent liars too.
Well, yeah.
And make a lot of excuses for their behavior. But we're getting into something really deep here that I really didn't think we were gonna. So I'm gonna kind of step out of it because it's a little bit much for me. Remembering that stuff for my child was so. I mean, to experience it was one thing, and then to remember it's like experiencing it over again. It's almost like PTSD. You see your child being hurt by another person, and you're afraid to do anything because that person is bigger than you are. But there's really nothing as a mother that's going to stop you from protecting your child, regardless of their age.
Oh,
this is true. This is true. But we could actually
I'm gonna step out, guys. I'll talk it later.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Oh, bye. I thought she said she was coming back. I apologize.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on.
You know, the worst one for me was I hadn't picked up my phone, and I ran in town to the store. I get back, and I find on my phone a text from her. So I have no idea. At the moment, I just see it. You know, I don't take the time to see the time. I just read the text. Mom called 911. He's hitting me. I've hidden my phone or something like that. And I'm thinking, why didn't you call 911? But that's all she writes. And Mom called 911. He's hitting me. We just take off in the car. Now, we are like 10 miles maybe. So this whole time, we're driving fast. I'm picturing the worst that he is doing in this time period. But I don't know how long it's been going on. I'm trying to call 911. I'm so nervous and upset. I'm forgetting the address. Dispatcher has to tell me to calm down because they can't do anything until I give them the address. I get the address. The cops get there. And it's like, well, by then everything's calmed down. Everything's settled down. But I'm freaking out because to me, 10 miles felt like 100 miles.
Right.
So, of course, my thing to her is, why didn't you call 911? Well, she thought it would take too long, and she thought he would break the phone, and you know, she thought what he saw her call 911, it wouldn't go through because he'd break the phone.
Well, 911 has a process in place for that. If even on a mobile phone, they can triangulate you, they can figure out where you are, they can GPS ping you. But men that think that they're going to get caught out by the police while he's beating a woman or abusing a woman physically, he will break the phone, and he will also do something to her.
Yeah.
Well, see, he's a fireman, and if he gets charged with domestic violence, he'll lose his fireman license.
Yeah.
I didn't know that till halfway through this.
Yeah, I was married.
One reason he was always trying to get her not press charges.
Yeah, I was married to a cop, so I know the scenario. So and when people say cops beat their wives, believe every word of it because it's true. A lot of cops do beat their wives, and they do get away with it because usually the cops that show up at the door when they get the call are just going to take him away somewhere. The report is not going to be made, and you're going to be made to look like a crazy person. So,
right.
So yes, cops a lot of times do abuse their wives. And
that night, you know what the cops did? The cops just told him, they found out he was a fireman all night. Cops just told him to go to his mom's for the night and cool off.
Exactly. That's what they do. That's what they do. That's what they do.
I work with women in a battered women's shelter, and these women leave. When they do finally leave, they leave with nothing. They leave with the clothes on their backs and their children in tow if they have them, and that's it. And they're scared, and they've lived years in an abusive relationship. They don't know. They've literally lost themselves. And a lot of people want to call it battered women syndrome, where they stay because they're afraid that if they were to call the police, the police won't do anything, they can't do anything, and then they get retaliation, they get beat up again afterwards. It's better to just go with it, and that way they don't get hurt. Or they're afraid for their lives because he's flat out said that they're gonna kill them.
A lot of these women that do get out of these situations come out of it with PTSD.
Well, absolutely, absolutely. But
Traumatized.
there, with therapy, thank God, with therapy and a lot of support, a lot of emotional support, and a lot of help from volunteers, and the uh, lawyers that get involved too, counselors that get involved. They really do make a difference in helping these women start new lives and find their identity. You know, they spent years in these abusive relationships. And the thing is, they blame themselves because that's what a narcissistic, uh, uh, an abusive, narcissistic
They feel
person
alone.
does. They make you feel like you're doing something wrong to make them
Yeah.
act the way they do.
It's called gaslighting. But I have
Yeah.
a question for 10th Man that I didn't get answered earlier today. I asked 10th Man because 10th Man said that he is an advocate for victims, and I kept saying victims of what? So I'll give you a bunch of I'll give you options: victims of drunk drivers, victims of human trafficking, victims of child abuse, victims of spousal abuse. What are you an advocate? What victims are you an advocate of? That's my question, 10th Man. Can you answer that for me?
And while we're waiting for him to answer you, I also want to say that in our discussion has gotten a little bit serious now. We were having a lot of playful fun earlier, and that's all great. But you know what? This is the other side of relationships, is that they can go bad, and there are some really bad people out there that like to hurt and that are selfish and narcissistic and just want women around, or men, because there are men that are being abused as well. But there are people out there that just want someone in their lives to cater to them and basically want a slave, someone they can have sex with and have their children and do whatever they want. It's a control issue and it's power, and it's not love. This is not
Absolutely.
love. I mean, this is just about having power over another person, and it makes them feel big. It makes them feel big and strong. Yeah, it makes them feel big and strong to belittle you and make you feel like you're less than a person. In some
And you
cases, in most
said
cases, an animal.
you said earlier about, seeing somebody who's got themselves fixed up nice and build them up. Well, see, this is also the side of it too, is when you see a woman in trouble, do you have the nerve to say, even if it's quietly, I'm here if you need help.
Oh, yes.
Um,
In a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
I'm here,
Absolutely.
even if it means that you have to step in and it might put yourself in a pinch of trouble and a pinch of danger with him. Not every woman is going to step in and say, I'm here if you need help.
You know
But there's a
what?
lot of women that they just need someone to say, I got your back.
Right. And
I've
that's
done
where
that
we need
several
to come
times.
together.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's why I do what I do.
So I guess I'm not going to get an answer from 10th Man.
That's why I do what I do. And that's, there have been times when I've showed up with my firearm and I will, you know what, this is the only way that she's going to get out. And I've done that a couple of times actually.
The other night in the tunnel, remember?
See, that's
With a friend of
excellent.
mine. Yeah, with a friend of mine, of course, I'll have a big dude with me, or a couple of them. But yeah, I'm completely prepared. Get her shit and get her the hell out. Because I think in fact, one case was she had her son was disabled, so it wasn't like she could just grab him and go in the middle of the night. She actually had to, he had a lot of stuff and a lot of things that that she needed to take with him, wheelchair and all this other. And if someone like that, their choices are very minimal. She wasn't going to leave her kid. I wouldn't have left my child. So that's when you need to ask for help. You need to be brave enough to ask for help. And if you see a woman and you're pretty sure that she's in trouble, it doesn't hurt one bit to tell her, you know what, I don't know what's going on with you, but I'm here. I'm here. And if
Yeah,
she is
we all
being abused, she'll know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, we
That's
all have to
right.
support one another, that's for sure. I used to work a cashier job, and this gal and her boyfriend used to come through there quite often, and I knew she was being abused. And she got to the counter before he did one evening, and I took her by the hand and I said, "If you need help, I'm here." And she was so afraid that he was going to hear her talking to me. She just put her head down and hid behind her hair and kind of cowed, you know. And it's really sad to see somebody that is so afraid that they won't even take your offer of help.
Yeah. Yeah. Or then you have the women that are, they,
To be
what's it
honest,
called?
I couldn't family.
But
I just felt like
I can't think of it right now, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
I felt like a knot, you know, when I want to talk to my mom to my sister. I couldn't come out. I don't know why. It's just something that felt painful. I always had it in my head, and I don't know, you know, it just then back then it didn't click. Now that I know all the symptoms, now I think about it and I say I'm, amazing, I'm alive, But I wish I would have said something to my mom earlier, But I think just him letting me know,
Mm-hmm.
heartless and shaming as a wife and anything, I think that's what makes me, hide on myself, in my own, But
Right.
it is hard.
Yeah. And then, they're afraid of being judged too. That's another thing. A lot of women don't come forward because they are afraid to their family members and their friends. And it's because they're afraid of being judged. They're
My
afraid
daughter
because
said
their
she was
first
embarrassed.
question, yeah, they're afraid of being judged. It's embarrassing. And because the first thing that people want to ask is, why are you with him? Why do you stay? Like, if it was me, I wouldn't stay. They get that kind of shit.
So easy,
And you can't, even though we want to ask those questions, like, why would you stay? Why would you put yourself in that situation? It's like, and until you've been in it, you really don't know what you would do. It's very difficult. It's like they always, a narcissistic person, this is what they do. They love you, and they're really good to you in the beginning, and they start slowly showing you their true colors. A smack here, a bitch, a hoe here, there. Then all of a sudden it's a punch. And then it's, I'm sorry, I love you, here's some flowers. It's like they go back and forth and try to, because you know what, you say, and then you make excuses for them. But he's different when he's with me. You don't know him like I know him.
True. It's a psychology,
It really is. But that's what they do. That's how they control you. It's like they make it okay. I'm sorry, baby, I'll never do it again. But they will do it again because that's what they do.
To make me feel, supposedly like grab me back, thinking it's okay, And I remember I used to, say, oh, he's trying enough, so let the hall pass go.
Yeah, they're experts at gaslighting.
He would tell her, I know I can hit you. I know where to hit you to where it won't show.
Oh, now that was true with my husband because he was a cop.
Yeah. They're all smart.
And see, and then when he's a police officer or somebody in the, the law enforcement agency, they have the hookup. They cover each other's asses, and we all know that as auditors and First Amendment supporters and activists. It's like we know that happens. And as women, again, I have to reiterate, as women, we need to be strong for each other, back each other, have each other. It's like, I'm sorry, guys, and I'm not going to male bash at all, but you know what, men, I don't think a lot of times they think, oh, women have it so easy. No, we don't. We don't have it easy. And a lot of men think that because we're cute and because we're pretty, we get things handed to us, and life is just so much easier for us. And it's not like that. We have to be very careful with who we allow into our lives. When we go to our cars in the middle of the night, we need to worry if someone's going to attack us, because that shit happens. We are we put ourselves in situations that we don't even realize we're doing it most of the time because we're comfortable. And you just don't realize the danger that you're put in every single day. Now, when you're a man, obviously most men don't think about that stuff because they're men, right? They can fight their attacker. They can, they feel, yeah, they feel very confident in their safety. But women, it's like we just know we're taught from a very young age. Like, look, you need to learn. My father, he was smart. He had 3 daughters, and he's like, my girls aren't going to be little, pussies. You guys are going to know how to handle your own. And because what, daddy's not going to be around all the time. And that's exactly what he did. He bought me a gun when I was 18. I went off to college, and I took my freshman year of college, I took a self-defense course. My dad, when I was little, he taught me how to kick ass and protect myself in case, anybody wanted to mess with me. But I think this stuff's really important to teach your daughters and your sons. Sons, I think nowadays, I'm going to call them little boys because that's what they are. Boys, men are not men anymore. I think this generation, the last generation that came up, a lot of them don't know how to treat women. And women are okay with it. It's like, it's okay. Oh, he just called me a bitch. That's what they do. I'm his bitch. No, I'm sorry. That's not cool. You let him disrespect you like that. There's nothing cute or endearing about calling someone a bitch.
Well, my daughter ended up actually going through police academy. So you're darn right. She knows how to defend herself. My oldest one. The youngest one, she was a natural. She was quick she would never go after anybody, but if anybody went after her, she let them know that they went the wrong way. She was quick as lightning. She was a little firecracker.
Mm-hmm.
But the oldest one, she actually had to go be trained for defense. The youngest one never had to be trained. It was like natural in her. So yeah, I wanted to always make sure that my girls could defend themselves, where the oldest one was being picked on by a boy. And every time she went outside, the boy's mom would send her son out to beat up my daughter. And I took her to the side one day and I said, let's go over some things. And I showed her some things and I told her some things. And the next time the boy came out to beat her up, she drew back and hit him hard and knocked him off his feet. And he went after her one more time after that. And they were just little kids then. The next time he went after her, he had a stick in his hand. She took the stick away from him and stabbed him with it. So,
wow.
but when she just was tired of being beat on. So, when she got older and she finished high school and she went to criminal justice course, she got an associate's in criminal justice, and then she took a police academy, 6 months of police academy, and she learned how to kick ass.
Right.
And she doesn't really get messed with.
Right. And I think too that like I said, people need to raise their sons and daughters to respect one another. Raise your sons to know how to treat a woman by treating your wife or their mother with respect.
Exactly.
I mean, if you're if you're calling your wife the mother of your children, bitches and hoes and tricks and whatever,
and doing that in front of your children.
Yeah, you're doing that in front of your kids, and or yelling and screaming and fighting. You're teaching your child how to, conflict resolution. It starts at home. the yelling and screaming and how you speak to another person. That all starts from very, very young and in age. They learn all that from you. So I think people need to start really, really taking care of what they say around their kids. If you want to fight, you know what? Go in your room when the kids are asleep, or tell somebody to come and get the kids if you have it like that. Hey, can somebody come and grab the kids real quick? I need to discuss something with my husband. It might get a little loud over here, Like, I don't know. I just I'm not going to say I've never done that in front of my kids. They have seen me, get angry, but there's never been any physical. I think in front of my children, it's never happened. But people, they're just kids now. Oh God, men nowadays, they just don't know how to act like men anymore. It's really sad.
I mean, you're right, because even in YouTube, young men will get up and verbally attack a woman for absolutely nothing on a panel, and then you wonder, wouldn't his mother cry right now, listening to
Right.
the way he talked, unless she didn't teach him any better.
This is true, and a lot of it's done for shock value.
Now wait
I've
a minute.
noticed.
Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. You can't. Let's back up here. You're talking about men. You're talking about on these panels. You're talking about people in their 30s and 40s, probably.
Some younger.
Okay, some younger. We're not talking about. We're talking about over 18. You're a mama over 18. Well, over 21, 35. You can only raise your children to they're 18. What they do past that, so once these kids get past 18, you can't say mama didn't raise them any better. Your kids are in their 30s. If they misbehave and act like heathens, it's not mama's fault. I get a little tight. Now, this is just me. I'm not being ugly. Or if I am acting ugly, you can tell me you're ugly. I get a little tired of mamas getting the blame sometimes. Because mamas can raise them good until they're 18. And then them act like heathens when they're in their 20s and 30s. That doesn't mean they weren't raised good. That just means that once they got out of mama's house, they just ain't acting good.
Well, by all means, they do make their own choices. I'm not going to deny that. But a man who disrespects a woman, then he couldn't. I just don't see him respecting his mother if he disrespects other women, whether it be women his own age, whether it be women his girlfriend's age. If he doesn't respect his girlfriend's mother, what does that say about him? And do you really want him with your daughter? Really?
And most abusers,
you don't. I agree.
Most
you
abusers.
Don't. But I'm just saying that doesn't mean his mama raised him bad. I just think nowadays mamas are getting too much blame. Well, if your son misbehaved, that doesn't mean you were a bad mom.
No, that doesn't mean
We're not talking about misbehavior. We're talking about people.
Okay. I'm just using the term misbehavior.
Yeah.
If you
disrespect,
most people.
If your son disrespected somebody, that doesn't mean you were a bad mom.
Most abusers were abused. I mean, that's just a fact.
Or they were in an abusive home.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about when you said disrespect on a panel.
Okay, so when you say mama didn't raise them right is an expression, right? That basically just means that they didn't have it instilled in them growing up as a child and coming up, that it is more proper to be respectful to other people, women, older women, younger women, whatever women. If a man comes on a panel and he blatantly comes right out and attacks a woman for no reason whatsoever, then he did not have respect instilled in him as a child and growing up.
Exactly.
But you don't think that a child can be raised good and respectfully, if that's the term you want to put it, and still not respect people as he gets older? They can be.
Absolutely. I think that's possible. I think that people make their own decisions, and if they choose to act like a fool, then that's on them. But there's a big difference between knowing what's right but choosing to do wrong, and then someone who thinks what they're doing is right and doing wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like if someone's an abusive person, usually was raised in an abusive home, or they were abused, or or they were abused. So most people who grow up to be abusers themselves have grown up in their lives. So, but there are the exceptions to the rule. There are people, you know what, who have they come from a wonderful family. They have a wonderful background. They just choose to be assholes.
They just have a mean streak.
Yeah, they just choose to be assholes, and like they're power driven.
Yeah, they think they take care of business, you know.
Yeah, so there's two different realms there that you have to explore, but it doesn't always necessarily mean that they had bad parents. You know, I know people who've had crackheads for parents, and they were left alone most of their lives and didn't have any upbringing. But guess what? They learned with a little bit of stumbling, but they became very good people, and probably more so than anybody else because they knew what it felt like to be left alone and to be unloved and to be neglected.
That's true, YouTuber.
Yeah. So, I mean, it really just depends, like, if how strong of a person you are, too. You need to dig down deep and decide what life you want. And some people, like it's all about making choices. And that sometimes that's just what it boils down to.
Right. At a certain age, it's about making choices. But when a person has not been exposed to abuse in the home, like a guy has seen his mom abused all of his life, and he seems to think that that's okay, then he's not going to have, it's a norm for him. Regardless of how good his mom was, he hasn't had respect for women instilled upon him because his dad was such an asshole.
Or his mother allowed that kind of abuse to go on for quite some time.
And then the ones that actually embrace respecting other people, you can tell it. You can tell it by the way they speak to people. You can tell it. A man who has a lot of respect for a woman will even tell another man who's disrespecting his wife. He'll tell that man, "You're disrespecting your wife." So, I mean, of course, you've got both ends of the scale here, but I'm just using, a couple of things as an example. If a man, regardless of how loving his mother was to him, has seen that respecting a woman has no place, then he's not going to respect a woman. He hasn't had it instilled in him to do so.
Right. Okay. I agree.
Hi.
Hello.
What's up? I agree with you. I do.
Is this Albany?
I cook dinner. My bad.
It is.
Albany.
Love your conversation in the chat.
Yeah, I'm a crazy motherfucker. Sorry. I'm a crazy person.
On a lighter note, I also want to say that a lot of people want to judge in this community because we're not all auditors with, a camera and doing the First Amendment audits. And my response to that is that we all have a part to play. And even though some people think that, ours is not as important, like I said, I volunteer. I work with battered women in the, excuse me, that's the part that I choose to play in fighting for women's rights and women's and help them, start their lives and um, get on their feet again, get to know themselves as a person. That's the part that I play in this community. And I think that everybody has their part, whether it be donating funds to certain auditors to help them out, or to um, uh, just being on a panel and just sharing your experiences and your knowledge. That's another way of getting out there and helping. Everybody plays a part. No one's job is more important than another. And I just wanted to express that and just know that we all have a part to play. So if even no matter what small thing you think is very menial, it really isn't, because it's all helping the same cause.
Agree.
Well, we're all a community of human beings to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard a lot of times on some of the panels, somebody will say, well, when's the last time you picked up a camera and went out and filmed the police? And I'm thinking to myself, well, we really don't have a problem with the police where I live. So that would be
Right.
kind of redundant. I mean, the last time I had an interaction with an officer that stepped out of line, that officer is no longer working for our department. But I don't have to publicize that.
Right.
So, I'm just not a loud and all out there in your face kind of person where, oh, this is what happened and this is what I did and this is how I went about it. No,
Mm-hmm.
I handled things the way I felt like they needed to be handled, and things were looked into and things were done. But that doesn't have to be something that you publicize. So whether or not I picked up a camera to do any of those things, it doesn't even matter.
Right.
If I sit and I see, and we see a lot of videos. I mean, we see a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I see a lot of times where the police do step out of line and they do overstep their bounds. And in my opinion, when a police officer is imposing his will on you and not upholding the law and his oath, he is nothing more than a bully with a badge.
Right.
Right?
This is true.
So,
Yeah, absolutely.
So he just becomes a bully with a badge. He's no longer of any sort of status of authority. He's just a bully with a badge. And you can get a bully with a badge fired.
True.
But you don't need a
Yep.
camera to do it. So, if anybody wants to say, I'm not going to pick up a camera and just purposely go out of my way to go out and film police. If I happen to be out, and I always have my phone with me, if I happen to be out and I see something, sure. Am I going to film it? Sure. Am I going to get in the cop's face? No. But I've got the ammo to get things looked into in the proper manner without interjecting myself in that situation.
Right. Absolutely. And also, aside from that, just helping the community, I think, is super important. Getting out there, and a lot of people have an issue with the homeless. I like to, help any way that I can. A lot of our homeless are veterans.
Yeah.
And they're women who've escaped abusive homes, and children that have escaped the abusive homes. So a lot of these people that are all living on the streets, they don't have very many choices. And what they're doing is they're pushing them out, and they're creating laws that are that are pushing them away from where the places they decided to call home for the time being. If you want to call it a tent or a box or whatever, just sleeping on the street. I think that everybody needs to get together and tackle this and get our government more involved, because the money is there. The money is there to help. The money is there to help, and it's not being used appropriately. It's being squandered and spent on frivolous things, in my opinion. But absolutely, we all need to join together to take care of these issues. And the police is one, but our rights as human beings. I mean, we all have a right to have a home. We all have a right to feel safe.
Well, it's actually something that's being brought to light now more than ever before, but actually the same homelessness numbers existed when I was 18 years old. So this is not a new problem. It's just people are becoming more aware of it. And what's sad about it is that people who are finding, like, for instance, a camper parked on the street legally is now being tagged because it's not been moved in so many hours. And then if it doesn't get moved, then it's going to be towed away. Well, it might not be able to be moved. So now they're making these new laws where they're towing these things away, and it's these people's home. It's the only place they have. So that's part of the problem. The other part of the problem is the police, like you said, they're rousting the homeless, but they're not giving them any resources for services.
In fact, they're ticketing them now in Vegas.
Exactly, $1,000 ticket. Yep. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But here's what they should be doing. Yeah. What they should be doing, if they actually want people to believe that they are serving their community, as it says on their cars, is actually serve the community. Give them the information of the resources that they can utilize and help them get there, for God's sakes.
Exactly. Absolutely. You know? The thing is that they say that you need to be off the streets.
It's easy brownie points for them. You know what I mean? So that's why they're not going to help.
Well, now, isn't that just an unfortunate thing? Well, then they're not serving their community, are they? So they need to get out.
Oh, fuck yeah, they need to. But fuck, it sucks that they do that.
Like, for instance, in Indiana, for instance, in Indiana, I was just talking to SNS about this. In a little town that I lived in when I was little, my family lives out there. And these little towns that are being, the storefronts are being pushed out. The homes, people are leaving. There's homes that are just standing there. Nobody's living in them. They just up and left because the glass factories closed and their businesses had shut down because of, the big corporations like Walmart.
Yeah.
Came in and basically, took all of that away. These small towns that are just left standing with homes vacant.
All over the country.
All over the country, all over the world. They're all over the country. Why can't we move some of our homeless in these homes that are just sitting there?
You want the answer to that? The easy one?
Right? I know what the easy one is.
Yeah, the easy one is money. It's all about the taxes and the revenue.
Well, nobody's getting taxes anyway because it's just sitting there empty. Nobody owns this shit.
They're going to sell them.
Board up. I'm going to tell you right now.
They seize the property and sell it.
These little tiny towns, these homes have been vacant for years. If they tried to sell it, they're not selling because there's no work. There's no.
Somebody's paying for their taxes.
It's a farm town. So there's lots of farm. My grandfather had a farm over there before he passed for years. And so a lot of these people were farmers. And I'm thinking to myself, why not bring homeless people over there and teach them how to grow food, how to, do something for their own community? Shit, if it works for the Amish, where's Amish drywall? Yep. I mean, they do that in their own communities. They sustain themselves. Why
somebody's paying the taxes on that? You bet.
That? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, what happens?
What's cheaper? These homeless shelters that they're putting in millions of dollars in every year, and they're really not getting anywhere, because what's happening is they're feeding them, they're housing them for the night, and then they're thrown back out in the streets. There's no change. There's nothing being changed.
You know, we just built a new homeless shelter, and it's an all male. All male. The point behind it is we get all the men in this one. Then once all the men are in that one, then any men that don't make it in there, then they're allowed to go over to the other shelter, where who's allowed in there first is the women and children. Then the leftover men can go in there, and then men who don't make it, then they're on the streets for the night.
Okay,
Exactly.
Cindy, you were saying somebody's paying taxes on the property. They're not. What happens is they go into, there's something it's called. Anyway, what ends up happening is the taxes aren't paid, even if the mortgage on that property doesn't exist and the bank doesn't have a lien on it. It goes into, goes by default, it ends up going back to either the city or the county, and they seize the property for the tax value. Now, there's only one way to stop that. In 5 years, if you are aware of a property, you can actually go in, try to contact the person that is the legal owner of that property, at least make an effort and show that effort. You can actually buy that property for the taxes that are owed on it.
Yeah.
But the city's not going to just volunteer that information. The county won't volunteer that information. You have to be diligent in researching that information. If nobody does that, that property goes to the city or the county, and then the city or the county, whoever gets that property, they end up selling that property.
Or
I have a house that a couple of homes that because I have my aunt, and I have aunts and cousins that still live out there. But there's a couple of homes that I lived in when I was a little girl, and one of them is actually selling for $1,500. $1,500.
My house next to it, that's where they're going in auction right now.
Yeah. So nobody can tell me that there aren't homes, there aren't places, the community, full communities. We're talking a whole town that isn't available to these people. I think that the problem is that no one wants the homeless in their town. No one wants them in their community.
That's it.
I got news for them. They are one paycheck away from being homeless themselves. So they better take a look, right?
Exactly. I know I am. I think about that all the time. I mean, what would happen if you were to lose your job? And it's like, yeah, but you know what? The money that you save supposedly isn't going to last you very long. And, most people live paycheck to paycheck because this is America.
Girls, I'm sorry, I gotta go. I've been cooking dinner this whole time, and it's like, fuck, I can't.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you for coming up, though.
What's going on? But yeah, if you guys are still on in a little bit, I'll definitely hop back up here. I usually talk to you guys. I promise, I do.
Yeah, it's okay. I understand.
All right.
So,
bye, ladies.
Bye.
Bye.
So, in the best case scenario, you might have a year's worth of savings to keep up your house payments, but that doesn't pay your utility bills. That doesn't pay your taxes, because house payments and taxes are totally different.
Right.
You don't have money for groceries. All you can do is pay your mortgage. That's just going to keep you in your house. You're going to have to come up with some other way to pay utility bills, to have insurance on your vehicles, to buy gas to get around to look for a job.
Yeah, all your necessities. Just,
exactly.
Just things that you need.
My brother was lucky because he was laid off right after a surgery. And it was a year before he was able to find another job, but he had enough money in the bank to cover all of his expenses for 1 year, and it fell right on a year when he found another job. So that's the best case scenario. That is not going to hold true for a lot of people.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, even our seniors, retirement. I mean, honestly, it's a joke. Our Social Security is a joke.
Tell me about it.
But yeah, it's sad because by the time I'm ready to retire, or my daughter, there's not going to be anything left. I don't think there's going to be anything left by the time I'm ready to retire, honestly. But it's just one of those things where you're just like, wow, what are you going to do? Yeah,
Well,
it scares the hell out of me. I don't know,
They say there's not enough people working to actually put into Social Security to sustain it.
Oh, bullshit.
Right.
That's what they're saying. That's all I know that the government took the money. The government took the money out of the Social Security fund and invested it without the people's permission. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
So some of those investments fell over.
Right.
So the Social Security that's been paid into for years and years and years wasn't there. And Social Security is not even getting a 3% increase a year.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Not even a 3%. And some years we don't get anything.
But you said having a year's worth of stuff. My husband and I was talking about, and I told him I don't want to be like crying that the sky is falling. But with this coronavirus, I think it is.
Uh-huh.
I said, I don't think it would hurt, honey, to put a few extra things in the storage closet. I said, because
I have.
We don't know how bad it's going to get.
Yes.
We don't know anything.
Well, there's a cure.
I don't know if it would hurt to put a few extra things in the storage closet.
It's always good to have something set aside for a number of people in your household. Always. But there is a cure for the coronavirus, and every person that has gotten it in the United States has been cured before a week ended. So it's why it's so bad in China. The coronavirus actually came out of the lab in China where they had it. And they're burning 1,500 bodies a day. They're not giving you the numbers that are actually, they're not. They're lying about the numbers. 1,500 bodies a day. So that's what's going on in China. It's also gotten to Indonesia in some places because it's so close to China.
Thailand.
And Mongolia. But as far as the United States being affected by it, I think total 6 cases, all cured right away. So there's a cure for it. There's a cure.
So are we sharing the cure?
I don't see why we wouldn't.
How many was sick on that cruise ship?
I didn't follow up on the cruise ship. I know that the cruise ship that had the people that were quarantined.
Which one? There was 3 ships. There was one in Hong Kong, one in Japan.
Yeah, I think the one in Japan was sent back. But
I think I was watching the one in Hong Kong.
All the people that were on that ship were quarantined on that ship and never stepped foot on the ground. And I don't know how many people on that ship were actually infected with the coronavirus.
Wow.
I'd have to do the research on it.
I didn't follow up on it, but I did read the initial story.
Yeah, I read it. Yeah, I was just I don't remember. It's been a while, but yeah, I know what you're saying. It's I'd rather be prepared. If nothing happens, then that's great. But I'd rather be prepared than unprepared.
There's a homesteader that I watch on YouTube, and she actually sat down and showed you how to pack for your family, how to store the food that would last and for how long it would last, depending on the size of your family, what to pack it in so it didn't get moisture. I mean, she's just absolutely awesome. And the ideas that she has is just out of this world. But you don't see a lot of people doing that anymore. But she did a whole video on the food to pack, what to pack it in, how to pack it, even with the oxygen, what do you call it? The oxygen absorbers that you put in the food to keep it from getting oxygen, because it gets oxygen, there's bacteria. So, I mean, she showed how to do all that stuff per family member and what they would need for this amount of time. And so I think everybody should look into doing that for themselves, for their own families, and start making those stowaway,
Right.
Stowaway food.
Absolutely.
Because the coronavirus is not all we're going to have to worry about.
I can food, so if it comes to just if you want to eat my canned food, I could feed all four. I could feed all four of us.
Well, yeah, you know what? You never know. My father always said to me, he was like, one day we're going to go back to the barter system, because slowly the dollar it's worthless. I mean, it technically is worthless, but I mean, one day it's going to be completely worthless, and that's all we're going to have is, go. I feel that we should go back to the bartering system, just because, we need to start growing our own food. I think they need to start teaching that in our schools. I remember when I went to school, they taught home ec and woodworking and all those things. They don't teach that anymore in a lot of schools.
And they don't teach civics either.
Yeah, they cut all these classes because of funding, but they really do need to teach kids botany, and they teach them how to farm and how to grow food and how to.
We go and we visit this Amish couple in the summertime, and this man, he was so funny. He said, you always should have a big can of tomato soup, a loaf of bread, and a hunk of cheese. That way, if you ever have company, you always have something to feed them, because you want to be a good host and always have food. You can always give them tomato soup and grilled cheese.
Yeah, that's true.
And I told my mom, I said, that stuck with me for a long time, because you might always have food, but if you got company, you don't want to be in the kitchen for like an hour preparing food for them. And I said that always stuck with me was tomato soup, bread, and cheese.
Right.
That way you could at least offer them soup and sandwiches. I said, but then times get tough. I said, I never always kept soup around. And I said, times get tough. I should have soup around just for myself. You know what? I have just a little corner of the shelf with several different types of soup.
Right.
Soup is nutritious, actually. It has a lot of vitamins. However, I'm going to tell you something. Better to can your own soup if you can. I worked at Campbell's Soup 1 year, and so I know what goes into it.
Oh, my mother worked at Campbell's.
I know what goes into that soup, and honestly, I don't buy Campbell's soup. I just don't.
I don't want to know. Oh God!
They allow a percentage of animal matter in it too.
Oh God!
Oh, what my mom didn't like was when tomato soup, when the date, honest to goodness, when the date got bad on the can, they would just open it up, dump it back into the big pot, reheat it up, and then repackage it.
God, ew.
Well, they didn't do it at the plant where I worked.
She worked up at Toledo, Ohio.
Yeah, I was in North Carolina, but they didn't do that there. They didn't even store the cans on the site. They got shipped out to stores right away. But at the end where they're brewing the soup, yeah, I don't buy Campbell's soup.
It goes back to the whole, I don't know if you guys understand, but I will not eat in anybody's house if I know that they have a dirty kitchen. I just can't do it.
So Tal Sonfa did a research on the coronavirus cases on the Diamond Princess. 500, it says. The numbers soar past 500 for the coronavirus on that cruise ship. Thank you for that, Alsompa.
You know, growing up, I'm talking about growing up. If my dad saw us putting like regular paper, writing paper in our mouth, my dad would have a fit because he worked at the paper company. And he said mice would run across that and pee on it, and they wouldn't do anything about it. They wouldn't do anything about it. They'd leave it. And if Dad ever saw us putting notebook paper in our mouth, he would just about want to kill us.
Well, not to mention the chemicals that go into the paper to begin with.
Oh God.
There's actually chemicals in paper processing.
Yeah, or just a can.
Oh yeah, sure. Ew.
Oxidizing all that stuff.
I remember somebody said, God, I don't remember when it happened. I just remember hearing about it. But somebody had licked an envelope, and then like a couple of weeks later, their tongue started swelling up, and they were like, "What the hell?" And it was like inflamed, and it was hurting. There was so much pain, so they went to the emergency room. They cut open their tongue. Come to find out, they had larvae, like eggs, growing inside their tongue from a paper cut that he got from licking an envelope.
Oh no.
I like to sell stick ones.
Right? I don't put my tongue on anything unless it's a man.
We could have probably gone with that last part.
Yeah, long as he's clean.
And he's clean. Thank you. He's got to be showered.
Holding you with consistency.
Oh God. Yeah. That grosses me out.
No. You got me.
Speaking of which, someone had to put a question. Sorry, I don't mean to switch things up again and get dirty, but how do you guys feel about oral sex, giving and receiving? Someone had asked that question.
Who wants to go first?
Yeah, I'll leave it.
Okay, I'll go first. I mean, I don't mind going first. It's nothing but a thing, you know.
All right.
It's part of sharing with your partner an expression of love. So it's not like it's anything dirty. You're doing something for them. They're doing something for you. You're
An easy yes or no.
Well, I mean, no. It said, "How do you feel?" Because it says, "How do you feel about it?" I think it's a lovely thing for a man and a woman to share fellatio or cunnilingus between each other, as long as they're not having an orgy.
She's using the technical terms.
I mean, you know,
here I am, like when I go down.
I mean, seriously.
Yes,
you want to satisfy your partner. Your partner wants to satisfy you. Why not? There's one thing I would never do. You know, there's an exit, not an entrance. I'm not going there.
True. I agree with that one. I agree. Absolutely. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. When you're in a relationship and, you know, hey, if he enjoys it, why not? And if you're both enjoying it, because I enjoy it if he's enjoying it, you know,
right?
I just don't think like if he's not feeling it, I want him to be able to tell me, hey, you know, a little to the left, a little to the right.
No, here's what you do. Let me tell you how you let me tell you how you train them. Wait, let me tell you how you train them. Tell them to do the ABCs with their tongue.
If I have to give directions, the night's over.
No. No. Sometimes, you know what? Sometimes they're just not good at it. I'm going to be honest. My ex-husband wasn't good at all. But
well, you didn't tell him to do the ABCs either.
Then you didn't teach him.
If he's listening to this right now, sorry, but you weren't. You totally sucked at it. But you know what? He learned. You know,
that's what you're supposed to teach him, was to suck it.
Yeah, he.
can you imagine back in the day with the arm you're practicing?
Oh my god. Oh shit. Yeah, and
we're probably embarrassing Amish. It's probably too much for Amish.
Well,
Amish really, he brings things sometimes, dirty stuff.
Sorry, Amish.
That's funny. I think, but absolutely, I think it's something that if you love someone, if you really care about them, you want to make them happy, and if they enjoy it, then you enjoy it too. It's like makes me feel good to know that I'm making him feel good. So
yeah, I mean, you're expressing your love in a physical way.
Yeah.
Well, that's the beauty of it, Both of you.
Yeah. So what about since we're on the subject, so have you going back to like fantasies and things that you're willing to try with somebody that you love, what about what about anal?
I just answered that question.
So you
I said there's an exit and I'm not going there.
Oh, I thought you were talking about eating ass. I didn't know you were talking about
not going there any kind of way.
That is so funny. I'm about to die.
No, Cindy, you eat your husband's ass every now and then. You know this.
Nope, not that.
Oh my god. Too much.
I bet you it would blow his mind, I'm sure, if you did.
Okay, Golden. Do you do anal?
That's exit only. Sorry, exit only.
Oh God.
Okay, Golden. Do you do anal?
I have done anal. I have. Yes, I admit. It was with my ex-husband. And I haven't done with anybody else since. And I waited till I got married to do that because I was always afraid of that. Like, oh my God, no way, no way. But, if you have somebody you trust, again, we have to go back to trust. If you have someone that you trust and it's going to be gentle with you.
Trust or no trust, it's an exit.
Girl, but I'm gonna tell you what, if you've never tried it, you should at least once in your life. You'll never
it's an exit.
Come when you're
no, it's an exit.
It's awesome after a while. Yep. And if you get it, yeah, and if he's playing with your
cut it out, that's enough. That's too much information.
I'm just saying.
Keep that part to yourself. An exit is an exit is an exit. Okay, you don't go in the exit door.
All orgasms are not created equally.
Right? But you see, the best and the exit.
Oh God. Okay, now that I'm 50 Shades of Red right now.
I can imagine, but wait till Rick puts out his video. You're gonna be a whole lot more shades of red.
That's gonna be hilarious.
All right, Gary Snowflake.
Gary Springer, all that stuff.
Right? We could I could just hear the video that he's coming out with next. It'll be Cindy saying little black cocks. From Emo's video, remember? We had her saying that like 40 times in an hour. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. Oh God. But in all seriousness, I mean, again, it's like with anything else. If you love the person and you trust them and you're willing to try new things and adventures, be a little bit of, adventurous in the bedroom, then why not? And you have to be comfortable with it. It's not something like, oh yeah, I'll do it. It's like you gotta be comfortable with it.
Laugh and then eat it.
Yeah. Now I won't do that. I won't eat ass. That's disgusting. That's just not happening. Sorry, guys, I'm not tossing any salad. It's not happening.
Dressings.
All right. Ew.
Blue cheese.
Ugh. Not gonna happen.
Oh, because
And quite, yeah. And quite personally, I would feel uncomfortable if somebody did that to me. Like, whoa, where are you going? Come back up here.
Okay, no.
I don't know.
What Ami says, me here, human get worms. Titty whack ringworm. Oh, man. You laugh.
Oh, God, Amish. He's so funny.
Yeah, see
it. See, Betty, this is why you need your avatar up. Because Tall said you're turning red.
Oh, shit. Do that because then still, tell me, put this thing on. No.
Oh, God, it's funny. Okay, I'm going to leave you guys just for a moment.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Nevaeh, Cindy, where are you? Uh-oh. Where's everybody?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I had to shut my husband's bedroom door. I'm gonna get too loud. And wake him up.
Then we'll hear the snore.
Then you're gonna hear me scream because he's gonna be yelling. I'm trying to sleep. Be quiet. Where'd everybody go? Everybody leave you?
Golden went to do something. I don't know, Nevaeh. I don't hear her. Coffee time. Yep. Oh, you didn't eat dinner, so I tried in the chat.
I gotta get a refill. You people are killing me.
Right. I brought my munchies here because I knew this was gonna be the whole night. I'm like, no, I'm getting ready.
Golden licking ass and all this other stuff. I need another Dr. Pepper on that one.
I had to go cough up a lung. I couldn't breathe.
Oh my gosh.
I did. I got to tell you, Golden, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to be said. Rick's going to go, oh, y'all should have heard them women, Nevaeh and Cindy and
I've done a lot
Golden
of things.
And wait a minute, let me finish. And I can't remember. And don't you? He's going to say they were all talking about taking it up the ass. That's what Rick's going to say tomorrow.
I'll tell you what.
That's going to be on his video.
I have done a lot of things, but I've never licked nobody's ass.
But Rick's going to tell it like you did.
No. I'll be honest. I've done it in the ass, but I've never licked it.
There you go. Hey.
That's how we have the big hips.
That is apparently a thing. Like, yeah. Like it's. So, I don't know. Honestly.
Me neither. If it needs cleaned, get a wet wipe and do it yourself.
Right?
Ew.
An exit is an exit is an exit.
Oh, now, if you haven't tried it, don't knock it.
That's all right. It's still an exit regardless. That's okay. There's plenty of other things that can be done that are a little bit more couth.
You can. No, wait a minute. Don't be. Hey, wait a minute. Let me get a drink of Dr. Pepper here. Wait a minute.
Does that help? Does the Dr. Pepper help? Does that help wash it down? I
No,
mean,
wait a minute.
come on.
Man pose.
I'm about to have a stroke. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You said, oh, it's all about loving and caring and what
Not that.
turns
That's
no
torture. I'm
what
sorry.
turns on the other person, and as long as you love each other and you're pleasing each other and all that other stuff, so what if up the butt pleases each other?
Well, you could do what you want, but for me, an exit is an exit is an exit.
But what if you get a new man and that would please him?
Oh, no, 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 no.
You said you were gonna say that before.
That's that's a no. That's not happening. An exit is an exit is an exit.
Look what I told you that's gonna be his
Oh my god.
Read on, miss. I think
He even look.
Oh
If a
my
man even
God.
mentions that to me, I'm gonna look him dead in the eye and I'm gonna say, "Read my lips." An exit is an exit is an exit. That's not.
hey,
That's
I'll
not where
take you. I'll pay to put a tattoo on your butt that says an exit, an exit, an exit. Can we go
I know
tattoo
just
your
the person
behind?
that would do it for me too. He lives down in Florida. He's a great tattooist.
You want to go tattoo your butt that says that?
No, I don't get tattoos. I've got scars. Honestly, I've got scars that have stories, and to me, a tattoo is just another scar. So, yeah, I don't need any more stories on my body.
I have two. I have two small tattoos. I have one on the back of my neck, and I have one on the inner part of my left breast. And that's it.
I have a
I might
small
get
one.
another one. I'm not sure.
I have a small one that would be at the top of, if I had breasts. I don't have breasts, but if I had breasts, it'd be at the top of what would be there. And then I have one on my right arm, almost the whole entire right arm. And it's a big butterfly that says, I gave her wings and taught her to fly.
Aww.
And my daughter has the exact same butterfly, and it says, she gave me wings and taught me to fly.
Well, I'm going to tell you the most awesome tattoo I have ever seen in my life. It was a woman that had a mastectomy done due to cancer.
Oh, look at that.
And a tattoo artist did a whole, it was basically like a bra that did her whole chest and everything. It was just a beautiful tattoo. Oh my God. It was awesome. Really. She didn't have she didn't have reconstructive surgery done. She just had the removal, and then she had her whole chest tattooed where her breast had been removed, and it was like the outline of it was shaped like a bra, and then she had all these designs on the inside. It was really awesome.
Okay, that's awesome. I've seen those, but there's only one problem with that. Is at some point she's going to have scar tissue removed. And how is she going to have scar tissue removed and not mess up that tattoo?
Scar tissue removed from where?
Her breasts.
She had a complete mastectomy. She had nothing. She just had the skin.
I know that, but even after a mastectomy, you have to go back in about 5 or 6 years and have scar tissue removed.
I don't know if she had completed all of that or not. I just know that the tattoo was done in great taste.
After a mastectomy, you have to go back, I think they say every 6 years or so, because scar tissue builds up in that area. Because my daughter, I have the mastectomy scar from armpit to armpit. And then I had a double bypass, which means I have the zipper scar. So I have a cross, basically. My whole chest is a scar. So my daughter had said, Mom, why don't you I'll pay for it, she said. Get the vine where they'll tattoo across each scar, and you'll have looks like vines. And so I said something to the doctor. And the doctor said, well, He said, but when I go back in to start removing scar tissue, he said, there's no way I'll be able to match those up. And I said,
well,
then we won't worry about it.
I mean, if she decided to get a chest piece tattoo, I believe that would all be done because you don't want to mess up all that work. I mean, all that art.
She'll have to just get touch-ups.
Huh.
My sister's already had her first. My sister has been 8 years, and she's already has her first set of scar tissue out. Because scar tissue builds up just like it does anywhere else where you've had like surgeries and stuff.
Well, I have a big one. I mean, on my stomach, to be honest, when they do my kidney removal. But I didn't know that you have to go do check on it, or.
It depends on your surgery, but a double mastectomy is such a huge thing, and they take out so much.
Right.
Because they take, I mean, depending on the person, they take out, I mean, they just really take out your insides. They take it all. I mean, they took out, not to be graphic, but they took out so much of mine. If I had laid down on the bed, you could have literally sat a basketball on the indention that my chest had fallen into.
Wow.
My chest I mean, that's how big of an indention mine was, because they had to take out so much of my chest wall. I had like big circle indentions. You could have did that. Now my sister, hers wasn't that bad because they didn't take out that much of her wall. That's why I knew that when I saw the shape my chest was in, I knew I had to have some kind of an implant or something, because I was not going to walk around the rest of my life like that. See, that's what my sister and I have talked about. You know, women's clothes are made for breasts. They just are. And so my sister could not have implants because the radiation killed part of her chest in a way implants weren't possible. So she has a horrible time buying clothes because clothes are made for breasts.
I just wear t-shirts.
Well, that's all she does. She just wears t-shirts because it's just horrible.
Coming from somebody who has large breasts, I'm going to say that not all women's clothing is made for women with breasts, because I always have to go up a size just so that it can fit my boobs. And
I had large breasts. Yeah. I had large breasts. They also said that could have been one reason that my indentions were so bad, is because I had such large breasts.
Well, now,
and see, it's what's really funny is if you want to, which I did, they will weigh you. Depends on your mindset. Now my mindset was fine. I knew I had cancer. I mean, my sisters had cancer. I was pretty good with it mentally. They will weigh you before your surgery, and then this is if you want, and then they will weigh you after surgery, and then you will know how much your boobs weigh.
Wow.
Well, I know they gain 2 pounds when you're pregnant.
Right. And it's just for fun if you want, if your mindset's good enough.
And when I gain weight, I've noticed too that when I gain weight, I gain it in my boobs. I gain it everywhere, but I noticed it first in my boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, my boobs get bigger, and I'm just like, oh, fuck. God.
Look at my big contact.
So here's the problem with clothes and women's sizes. Manufacturers have it set in their mind. Clothing manufacturers have it set in their mind that a woman that is one size has that size boobs. Well, they're wrong.
Yeah, totally.
Right? They don't even give allowances for a different size, chest size. If it's a woman that wears like say you're size 9. You know how women are measuring our sizes.
Yeah.
Say you're size 9. And so they look at a woman and say, okay, a size 9 should only have a B cup. Duh? What?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Some size 9 women have a double D cup because they're just made that way. But the clothing manufacturers aren't even taking into consideration genetics are determining our boob size, not them manufacturing our clothes.
When I was a size 10, my bra size was a 38 double D. When I was a size 10. Or no, was it a double D? 38D. And with every size, though, every time I, gain weight or whatever, my bra size gets bigger. We all know our bra sizes and how that works. But yeah, that's bullshit. And I was a size 10.
My oldest sister, she's like 6 feet tall and like 175 pounds and wears like a size B.
Yeah. Nope.
I wish I was a B again. After I had kids, my boobs never got small again.
Size 3.
Yeah, I've never been a size 3. Fuck you.
But those kids.
I've been a size 5. When I was a size 5, my boobs were not, little. They were, what would we call that? They were good handfuls.
Right.
So I mean, they were good handfuls. Anything more than a handful is too much. So when I was a size 5, my boobs were a good handful each.
Right.
And I mean that's the smallest size I've worn as an adult is a size 5. And the smallest my boobs was before I ever had kids, back in high school. I think I was a B cup in high school, but I've never been that small again. So, a size 5 and having to wear a C plus cup. They don't make clothes your size.
No,
for size 5, they don't make.
You look like you will fall over.
Well,
yeah, that's why you have to go up in size.
You know, they actually say that that your boobs go around the corner before you do.
I know men like big boobs, but sometimes they're just so uncomfortable. It's like, ugh. I could never go braless. It just
at the end
happen.
of the day, all you want to do is get home, sit down in a chair at the table, and just let your boobs sit on the table.
Sit on the table, absolutely.
Oh God,
my girlfriend had hers reduced, had a boob reduction.
Well, mine aren't that big, like that I need a
hers
reduction.
Were big.
My mom had a lot of her back pain.
Hers hurt her. They said her back hurting was because of her boobs.
Yeah, that is true. A lot of women experience that. Yeah.
My mom did small to be honest. She couldn't that weight. It was too much for her back.
Yeah.
Because she's skinny, she's not big.
I'm built for. I'm pretty proportioned. I've never been a small girl ever in my life. I've always been the curvy one, and like I said,
we
my
call
weight
that
fluctuates.
Voluptuous.
Yeah, I've always been the curvy girl, the one with the boobs and the curves. So it's like I've noticed just in the past decade that curvy women are finally getting their props. It's like, yeah, we're sexy, shit, But I was really self-conscious about myself for a really long time. And then as you get older, your confidence builds and you start loving yourself more. And that's kind of where I'm at now. But as women, our weight fluctuates. It fluctuates with anything. The wind could change, it just depends. But my weight has fluctuated to the point where, like I said, I was a size 10, I've been a 14, I've been a 16, I've been an 18, and each time I gain weight, my boobs get bigger. And then each time I lose weight, my boobs get smaller. So you have like 10 different sizes of bras in your arsenal, because I know because I know myself, I know my body, and that's what I do. I gain weight, I lose weight, I gain weight, I lose weight. But I'm never thin. In my eyes, I'm never thin. I'm just, thicker.
Yeah, same.
Well, the last time I had to have a diagnostic done because of a lump, I looked at the doctor and I said, if it comes up as anything, cut them both off. It'll be easier to buy clothes. And she just looked
difficult.
She just looked at me like, how could you? I'm like, hey, my boobs are not what makes me a woman. I don't put a whole lot of importance into them. I really don't. I mean, they're just kind of cumbersome. If you ask me, they're just cumbersome things you got to carry around, and they weigh too much. And I can think of how much less I would weigh without the boobs. Really, I could.
Oh God. Honestly, I don't even weigh myself anymore because that's like it's pointless. I obsess over shit like that, so I don't even like get on a scale unless I know that I've gotten way out of hand on my weight. I'm like, okay, girl, you need to get your ass in gear. But and then I'll weigh myself, and then it'll go, oh, yeah, you need to get your ass in gear.
I don't even have a scale.
I just go by my size. I go by the size of my clothing, how it fits.
Yeah, me
and
too.
If my clothes are getting a little tight, then I know, oh shit, either I'll break out the bigger size jeans or I'll, lose weight. But usually it just kind of happens for me. So something will happen, whether, like I said, it just depends. There's a lot of factors. So, and I think men find that interesting that we obsess over our weight and our bodies, and it's like it's not that we're obsessing, it's just when you feel comfortable at one size and you're used to it, and then you gain a little weight, you're like, ugh, of course you may not think I'm fat, but I think I just don't feel good the way that I am, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I got to get off of here. I got some things I got to do before I go to bed. We've been on 3 hours, at least 3 hours. Look,
yeah,
it's like 12:30 at my
It's what time? What time is it? Where is everybody?
My time in Tennessee is 12:30, and I'm in.
Here is 1:28. Yeah.
Central.
I'm in Vegas, so it's only 10:28 here.
Golden.
I'm in Ohio. It's 1:30.
Almost 2 o'clock in Golden. Like, no, it's just 10.
Yeah, it's 10.
Where are you, Dulce? I'm not sure. Huh?
Indiana.
Oh, so it's 1:30 for you too.
Yeah, Cali though.
Well, absolutely. I think we had a good time tonight, ladies. We had some funny talks, and we had some serious conversations.
Oh
so
yeah, we
gave
Rick a lot of content for his next video.
I'm not so worried about Rick, as I'm worried more that if Gary gets a hold of this,
well, either one of them in my eye.
Gary will just be tasteful about it. At least Gary will just be funny about it. Rick, he'll just be, you know what? He's probably gonna jack off all of this shit later anyway. So you never know.
Golden.
Like I said, he already.
That's okay. I don't care if either of them give. So. Golden, Gary has already harassed me about little black dicks a couple hours ago. Wait, one more thing. Can you believe this? We was in Genty stream. Gary was on panel. I was on panel. Emo was in the chat. We started discussing little black dicks. Emo, honest to goodness, put the video link in chat himself, gave the okay for us to play it.
Oh, see, he's lightening up. That's cool.
Huh.
When he was found out how much we enjoyed it, he put the link in there himself, told Jen exactly where to go to find it, because it was like on a bunch of them, told Jen where to go to find it, and let us play it. Jen said, I won't play it without your permission. He said, go ahead.
Aw, see, well, there you go. See, he says nobody does anything for him.
I don't know.
Well, there you go.
You don't know what?
Emo
you don't know who
Howling
Emo? Go to Justin Emo Howling Wolf.
Yes.
Justin Emo Hollywood?
Howling
Wolf. Howling Wolf.
Oh, Howling. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. And have a barf bag ready.
And
No, Vay, I was taking a drink when you said that. I almost spit it all my water out.
I gotta go.
Oh,
I can't take
God.
it anymore.
Oh yeah, I think
And just remember this one thing. An exit is an exit is an exit. Damn it.
Stop it.
Bye.
Oh, shit.
All right. We will see you all later. By the way, thank you to our host.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure he's obviously listening.
Yeah,
we
is.
had a good time. Thank you.
Aw. Yeah, Tank was really cool for doing this. We found it, we thought it would be interesting for a female point of view. And
to say the least.
yeah, it was
fun. We had an
excellent
evening. So thank you very much.
I hope all the guys had their towels ready when they came in here.
Right?
Yes, I'm sure they've had a good evening themselves. Especially with the exit part.
Oh, yeah. Good night, ladies.
Oh, good night, girls. I love you guys. I had a lot of fun tonight.
Same. I enjoy it a lot. You always make it fun, you know?
Yeah. So, you know what? Before we all leave, maybe we can get Tank up here and he can close it out for us. If we're all ready to leave.
I'm ready when you guys are ready.
Okay, let's get Tank up here.
I suppose it would help if I was unmuted.
Aw.
Wow. This was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Probably
it was a lot of
so much
fun.
weed before it because I laughed a lot.
I still have a lot of emotions.
So if
It was definitely fun.
Absolutely. And Tank wanted to know if you guys enjoyed this, that we could make this a regular thing. So
Definitely. Yep. I'm in.
So did you say something about putting out a poll or something, Tank?
Yeah. I'm gonna, once the stream ends and everything, I'm gonna do a poll in my community tab just to see who clicks yes and who clicks no, just for a,
reference,
an idea of who enjoyed it and who didn't, or whichever.
Awesome.
Well, thank you for having us. It was really awesome. I sure enjoy it. I have fun. You know, these girls bring a lot of craziness, but I love them.
It was definitely fun. I meant to make everything fucking girly before, but I forgot.
It was good.
And then I went to put up a fucking change around backgrounds and put the little the upper corner. Wound up putting OG's thumbnail up there. I was like, oh, oops, sorry, my bad, wrong one.
I enjoy it, to be honest.
Right?
Yeah, I think everybody brought something.
Yeah, it was a lot of different. Yeah, it was in it. We had a lot of different different viewpoints, so that was pretty cool.
Very much.
And everybody was lighthearted with it. Nobody took nothing too seriously, which was also cool.
I thought it was all right. Everybody got along. There's people in the chat. They're like, "Who else came here to see a cat fight?"
No. Yeah, right? No. I think everybody did good.
That was fucking hilarious.
It was probably one of the few chats that no one was arguing about anything.
Yeah.
Other than Nevaeh disagreeing that anal is like awesome.
She cracked me up.
When she started saying no, an exit's an exit. Oh my god, it fucked me right up, man. I couldn't click on nothing. I couldn't read nothing. I almost cried. Jesus fuck! I laughed so hard it wasn't funny. I couldn't figure out why it was funny.
It really got me there.
Oh gosh. So I mean it's up to Tank if he wants to continue. You guys can or we can
I
just
would love to continue doing this at least once a week, but I want to get people's opinions on it.
Yep.
Because my opinion doesn't really count. It's the show for the people. You know what I mean?
exactly.
So it's the people that have the largest say, kind of thing. Otherwise, I'm just talking to myself up there, or you guys are talking to yourself.
Well, on a good note, we got no dislikes.
You should refresh, because last I checked, there was 9.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
These
haven't.
are rude.
Hold on, I'll refresh and.
Because I was like, we had like
I'll
30-something
refresh.
people in here at one time, so.
And I'll tell you exactly which is which.
Oh, tossed and stuck.
So it says 20 up, 9 down.
Oh.
Mhm.
Yeah, well.
It's Brooks Cruz. That's right.
They suck.
Yeah.
Right? It was Rick's crew, and they were the ones whacking off in the corner.
Yeah, that's fine. We can.
But I mean, my opinion is I had a amazing fun with this. This was awesome. But I mean, my opinion is.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a good time. So if you're ready to close it out, Tank, I think everybody's ready to hit it.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me in, and I really sure enjoy it a lot.
Thank you for showing
I
up,
enjoyed
Betty.
having you here.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. We appreciate everybody that's come and been up on panel or are here and up on panel or are here in the chat. I appreciate everybody. I think that feeling's mutual among everybody.
All right. Well, I'm gonna exit now then. Thank you. Okay. Appreciate it.
Alrighty. Have a good night, Betty.
You
good
too.
night, Betty.
Night.
Okay.
Alrighty. Thank you everybody that's come or been on the panel or been in the chat. I appreciate everybody, and we'll see how this goes. And I think that we should do more of these. This was fun as hell, man.
It was a lot of fun.
But everybody have a good night, and see you on the next one.
Bye.